So the aim of Chess Fest is to show that chess is something for everyone, something for all the family, children as well as adults. But on Sunday, we're going to have an extravaganza at Trafalgar Square. We're taking over the square, and my thanks to the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, for giving it to me. I have to say it's quite a coup for the charity, and we'll have over 1,000 people in the square playing giant chess. We have 32 actors on a giant chessboard who'll be recreating the Immortal game. Now, the Immortal game was the greatest game of chess ever played back in 1851. It was played, in fact, we think, just down the road at Simpson's in the Strand. And the actors will be playing these moves on a giant board relayed to screens for people, and will also be playing a special game which we've created just especially for Chess Fest, which portrays the theme of Chess Fest, which is Alice Through the Looking Glass.
And it's a checkmate!
Okay, Dom, you've got to move quickly. The rook goes in the middle. How do you think you're doing?
Not so well.
Hello, Woody Harrelson here in upstate New York. I'm filming White House Plumbers with Justin Theroux and England's own Lena Headley, who plays my wife. I'm not going to say anything more about that because I hate shameless promotion, but let me just say welcome to Chess Fest at Trafalgar Square. My first move is very unpredictable, E4.
So one of the ideas behind Chess Fest is that it's replicable. You can have a Chess Fest anywhere, and there is, in fact, while we're in Trafalgar Square, another Chess Fest going on in Liverpool. And one of the activities that we'll be doing is playing children from Trafalgar Square against children from Liverpool via the internet on an internet chess website called Lee Chess, and that should be an interesting match. I'm hoping that that will inspire other cities to do a Chess Fest next year, say. We're also having a match between Tani Adewumi, who is a Nigerian chess prodigy who lives in New York, and Shreyas Royal, who is the UK's #1 chess prodigy.
I'm Shreyas, I'm 12 years old, and I am the top under 16 from the UK. On the 18th of July, I will be playing in Trafalgar Square against Tani from the USA.
What have you been learning here?
Well, how to checkmate with a rook and a king.
So here we are in the historic and beautiful Manchester Square Garden in the centre of London, right by the Wallace Collection Museum, for the first day of Chess Fest, which is a new event created by the charity Chess in Schools and Communities, which I founded back in 2009, that teaches chess to children all around the country in state schools. So day one of Chess Fest sees over 100 children coming from all over the UK, from York, from Leeds, from Middlesbrough, even Bristol, for a day of chess in this wonderful, beautiful garden. We have the most incredible weather. We've got giant chess sets so they can play in a giant way and make giant moves. We've got normal-sized chess sets that you can see behind me and to my right, where they're playing tournament games, and they've also had a chess lesson. Later on, they're going to get a chance to play a real grandmaster.
Hello, we're Mill Lane Primary. We're from Stockton-on-Tees.
On Teesside, we've brought 5 children. We've had a very long day so far, but it's been wonderful. So well organised, lots for the children to see, lots for the children to do. It's their first outing this year, and it's lovely to see other children as well, enjoying the competition and mixing together beautifully.
So we're from Hampton Gurney. I am 10 years old.
And we've been having a great time so far.
I'm Shreyas, I'm 12 years old, and I am the top under 16 from the UK.
Be playing a special game which we've created just especially for Chess Fest, which portrays the theme of Chess Fest, which is Alice Through the Looking Glass. And in Alice Through the Looking Glass, of course, Alice marches her way down the chessboard to become a queen. And we have some actors here dressed up in Alice costume, and we'll have 32 of them in Trafalgar Square. But this game of chess that we've especially composed will see Alice starting out as a pawn, promoting, as we know, in chess to a new queen.
So the kids benefit from this event because they do chess in school, and it's really good to have opportunities to play chess against other children and learn from people that are really skilled in chess.
It's a golden ticket!
Now, 43 teams from 31 countries competing in an online chess contest spanning the globe. The difference, all of the players are behind bars. 4 of them are in Wandsworth Prison, one of the largest jails in England and Wales, and one of 9 now running chess clubs. Advocates claim that taking part in the game can play a role in rehabilitating inmates for life outside, as well as providing a way out of an often violent prison culture. Our Home Affairs correspondent, Andy Davis, has this report.
When you enter a prison like Wandsworth and its immense echoing central hall, there are many sounds you expect to hear, but not this. And the intense quiet which follows. We join a game between cellmates.
So tactically, how are you approaching this?
Well, the very basic is just to try to take over the center, which is at these 4 squares. And once you control the 4 squares, you pretty much control the game. A lot like football.
Teaching them are Peter Sullivan and Malcolm Pein, the England chess team manager whose charity now runs chess clubs in 9 prisons.
I asked a few psychologists before, when I first had the idea of prison chess, I was sort of thinking, well, you know, how will it work? What will be the benefits? And indeed, I remember very clearly what one of them said, which was that distraction is an excellent idea. If a prisoner can forget where they are for even just a few minutes, then that will, you know, that will be beneficial. I think, though, that genuinely what learning chess in prison does, and a lot of people here in the club have learned chess in prison, is giving them a life skill, something they can do on the outside, something that will help them integrate when they're released.
Check.
Knight c3.
Knight c3, exactly. That's what I play in this position. That's what I play.
Chess as a means to help reduce reoffending is gaining more support, seemingly, in many a criminal justice system.
You got to castle your king.
In October, for the first time, the Ministry of Justice allowed England's prison chess team restricted internet access to compete in the first ever World Prison Online Championship. Prisoners in Wandsworth made a film about it. 4 of them competed. England came 7th out of 31 countries.
Do you see this as a form of rehabilitation, or is it just a means to relieve the boredom of being in prison?
Oh, 100%. It is a form of rehabilitation. One thing it teaches you, for instance, is that to think before you make a move. And I think it's quite applicable in life to always think before you do something. And I feel like in prison in particular, there's a lot of people that lacked that ability, which pretty much landed them in prison to begin with, you know.
Including yourself?
Including myself, unfortunately to say.
The wing will have now tables actually, you know. It is quite nice because you get like 2 people playing and 5 people just watching around, you know, trying to provoke each other, who is going to win, who is better. So it is quite fun. It is something new, and it's quite rehabilitating, I would say.
In what way?
Intellectual way. So you challenge yourself intellectually. Your brain works.
Here, the prison officer who helped start this weekly club plays triumphant prisoner.
Checkmate, officer. Oh.
That's all right, it's done. What's that, 3 times?
There's only one way.
3 times.
So how long have you both been playing chess?
About a year for me. About 6 months for me.
6 months. What impact does it have on the wing? I mean, what are the benefits, do you think?
It's a welcome distraction for them, and it's a way for them to concentrate and actually build relationships with each other. I mean,
and with you as staff,
and with staff as well, yeah. And the most interesting part is that you can have an old Russian guy, you know, from one wing who's never spoken to a black boy from South London who's on the other side before, but they can play a game of chess. That's quite interesting. I like that part. Yeah.
2 different worlds meet.
Yeah.
It is impressive, but it is just one scheme. We weren't allowed to film on the wings in the prison. To help assess this in the context of what many consider a wider prison system in crisis, creaking under the strain of overcrowding, violence, the pandemic, and inadequate access to rehabilitation programs.
This chess club, you know, looks great, but it isn't the reality across the prison system that there remain glaring deficiencies in terms of prisoners getting adequate access to rehabilitation programs.
There are lots of different ways of offering rehabilitation programs in the prison service, and what we try and do is adapt the rehabilitation to the prisoner's different needs. In a prison where most people stay short term like Wandsworth, we try to offer activities that people can learn quickly and that they can take with them to another prison or that they can take outside with them.
See, you rushed me into it. You rushed me into it.
Sorry about that.
It is a cheerful club, said one observer recently, in an often cheerless place. Cheap too say its proponents clearly passionate about the value of chess in a setting like this, and quietly, it seems, with each move, winning admirers.
Take care. Bye-bye. Thank you.
After you leave prison, will you carry on playing?
Oh, that's 100%. I'm already thinking that I will always, at this point on out, I have some chess set. That's one of the first things I'm going to do, is get myself a nice chess set. I think this will follow me for the rest of my life.
That report from Andy Davis.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Malcolm.
So this is the last chess lesson of turn.
I like chess because it helps you do maths better, like coordinates, and it makes you concentrate more.
It's like really fun to play it, and it calms you down when you're in like an angry mood.
It like gets you ready and it puts you into the right mood for like doing lessons.
One of the lovely things about doing chess in the classroom is that children are learning through play, which makes it so much more fun. It doesn't feel like an ordinary lesson, it's something children look forward to. It helps them to learn how to concentrate, how to think a little bit strategically, think logically, and we hope that it turns them into more rounded and ultimately, of course, employable individuals.
Just get a board and pieces and learn how to play.
Just practice and see if you can do it.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the London Chess Classic for the Blitz tournament, an incredibly strong Blitz tournament. 4 groups of 8, 32 players. We've tried to seed it more or less so the groups are of equal strength, but there's one group of death and one group which is, I'd say, relatively weak. We've already had a couple of surprising results. We saw 9-year-old Ethan Pein hold the women's world champion Zhu Wenjun to a draw. And I believe, is that right, Jonathan, that Gasanov and
drew to
Alireza Firouzja. So you've got a double act here this afternoon. International Master Malcolm Pein, FIDE Master Jonathan Pein. Jonathan was going to be playing in the tournament, but there just wasn't quite enough space, even though he'd done very well in the qualifiers. So he's going to be operating the mouse and occasionally spotting all the tactics that I miss. Round 2 should be starting pretty soon. Each group is an 8-player all-play-all, and the top 2 from each group will go into a second all-play-all of 8 players, and that will determine the winners of the prizes. The first prize is £5,000, and that was enough of an incentive for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the 2021 World Blitz Champion, and I'd say one of the few people in the world who can actually challenge Magnus Carlsen at Blitz, as well as Alireza Firouzja, came over from Paris especially for the event. So that's made it, in addition to having the 8 great players that we've had in the London Chess Classic, we've got 2 visiting Frenchmen beefing up the strength of the tournament. We also put in some wild cards. We put in 4 English prodigies, Badana Sivanandan, Ethan Pein, Supratit Banerjee, and Jules Joao. Plus, we had some qualifiers from the Open tournament who are in. So let's. Do we have any moves from round 2 just yet? Let's see if they're coming through.
Round 2, not just yet.
Not just yet. Okay. Well, we'll wait until let's keep an eye on that, or maybe we can play through Tomasz, I don't know if we can play through a game on the screen quickly. Maybe is this the Ethan Pein game?
Yeah, we can have a look at Ethan.
Okay.
Yeah, Ethan is tremendously strong. I think I played him for the first time in a casual Blitz game when his FIDE rating, his classical, was around 1800. And he was so strong that even in a 3-minute game, he was going off to get water from his mum whilst beating me at the same time. So he would leave the board in a 3+0 game and still just brutalize me. It was horrible. Yeah.
So he played quite a sort of, well, a very standard theoretical line that I think was popularized by Movzhezhin, a pawn sacrifice here, which all of this is theory, by the way, and leads to a fairly level position. Even though white is a pawn down, he gets it back, and if anything, I would say white is slightly better here. And Ethan had no problem, as we'll see. Let's just go back. There's one interesting little moment there, actually, if we can go back a couple of moves. After knight b takes, knight b5, a6, knight takes c7, might get the knight into a spot of bother, or at least in Blitz, you don't want to find out. So, yep, so the game went here.
Yeah, and he held pretty easily.
And he held pretty easily. I mean, if anything
he was pushing.
He's pushing for a win here. So, but if the king gets back, it's going to be equal. Let's, if we've got time, just see if we've got moves from round 2. If we haven't got moves from round 2, or we do.
Round 2 has started. All right, let's go to Amit's game. Why not? Always fun.
Okay, so Amit is playing against who?
Marcel.
Okay, so Amit's playing Marcel Efroimsky from Israel. Marcel qualified as the highest placed female in the Open. And Amit is white, and as usual, playing a King's Indian in reverse. That's what he does most of the time. He's very, very familiar with these structures, and he can play his moves almost instantly. And we can see from the clock, Jonathan, he's already a minute up.
Yes.
And I guess what we'll see is a white knight trying to make its way to d5. So a white and a black bishop might come to a6, I would say, here. Bishop g5, I don't know, I'm not
too impressed?
Not too impressed with it. I don't usually give up my dark bishop unless I have to. I usually play move a4, usually. And the move h3 in order to try and play bishop e3. But it's quite awkward to arrange h3 and bishop e3 without allowing knight takes e4. So your ideal situation is h3, bishop e3, knight f3 to d2. And that's a good organization of the pieces.
Well, let's jump in, because the marquee game of this round is Adams versus MVL, so let's see.
Okay,
let's see what's going on.
So let's start from the beginning. It looks like an anti-martial to me. In fact, I think I've had this position. It looks like an a to a4 anti-martial or an a3 anti-martial, knight c3. Yeah, this is all theory. So let's just stop there for a second, actually. If you go back just a couple of moves very quickly, one more. I'll go back to knight b8, really, is what I'm saying. So knight b8 is a typical move in the main line of the Ruy Lopez with a pawn on c3. It's called the Breyer variation. Black puts the knight on d7 to strengthen e5. And at some point, white's going to play a4, which means that he will have lost a tempo. So, okay, let's go. Knight d5. Yep. Black will go c5 at some point. So stop there. Yeah, just stop there. So bishop g5 is not a move that white usually plays in the Lopez, because white's bishop on c1 is better than black's bishop on e7. So black's quite keen to exchange these bishops. So I'd say if white doesn't play a move like bishop d2 here, so this is a bit of a concession.
We're not trying to play f4? Rook f3?
We can try, but if a black knight gets to e5, there's not going to be very much to say for white here. And at some point, black might even start trying to play d5. But having said that, it's white's only really active plan. The other thing white can try and do is go knight c4 to e3 to d5. That's right.
Yeah.
One thing that does happen is sometimes that the a5 pawn, particularly in Blitz, the a5 pawn just suddenly drops.
Yeah.
Particularly in Blitz. And this is what's happened, yeah?
Yeah, this is the position we have now. I mean, do you want to jump to a different game?
No, I quite like this. I mean, I think something like knight d7 now, just coming to e5, should be super solid for black. Super solid.
Maybe bishop c4?
Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't know. If I go knight d7 and you go bishop a4 he's played. Slightly annoying. See that one? But shouldn't really trouble black unduly. Black's got a lovely bishop on e6. He's not under any pressure on the king side. I can't see that black's got any problems here, and quite a lot of pieces are coming off. If you look at this, maybe the b2 pawn and a5 pawn are the two most vulnerable pawns on the board at the moment. So I'm very comfortable with black's position. What happens actually after knight g6? Is the rook on f4 a little bit exposed? It doesn't matter because the knight came off.
Yeah,
okay.
they're bulleting out moves as well, so we're struggling with the transmission. But okay, takes.
Mickey found time to play b3, breaking up the pawns.
Can't quite see what Mickey's time is. Oh, but Mickey's quite a bit ahead on time, actually, in this position.
I can see that Maxime's got 30 seconds left. Rook comes to the open b file. At some point, Mickey's got to do something about the back row, so he might just play h6. But not f6, because that might allow a check and takes on a6 at some point.
All right, let's see how George is doing. Let's see.
So this is
the youngest versus the oldest, probably in this tournament.
So George is 9?
I think so. I'm not
George
entirely
is 9
sure.
or 10. I'm not sure. So George is one of the 4 brightest prospects in English chess. He's playing Grandmaster Jonathan Parker,
who scored 9 out of 9 in his qualifier, easily beating everyone, myself included. It's not very fun.
And George is going for an attack on the king side. I just wonder if knight e6 might be the best way to keep going in practice here. But you've got to watch knight takes b3 on the rebound, if you could just point that one out. But knight e6 would be an interesting idea. Pawn takes knight, bishop takes pawn, check, rook f7.
He's gone for something.
And he's gone for it.
He's gone for it.
He's gone for it. Well played, George. Yep, the knight on, and the bishop is now guarding the pawn on b3. So.
Yeah. It's quite interesting. Quite difficult to deal with over the board, this stuff.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, he's allowed himself to be put in a slightly. I mean, black needs to reroute this knight quickly. So that's probably the point of b6 to go knight a5 to b7 to d8. But what's the material? Well, George is ahead on material here. He will have a rook and 3 pawns against bishop and knight.
Yeah. Wow.
So this looks very good for George. How should we have a look at Ali Reza's game?
Not too sure if we have round 2. No, we've only got round 2 for this group at the minute. We can refresh it. All right, beautiful. There we go. Perfect. All right, let's see how they got on. So Ali Reza is in a time scramble against Nikita.
Wow, he's 10 seconds up. What's the score? 3-5 plays 3-5. Ali Reza has the 2 bishops, although they don't look particularly useful.
Yeah, that a5 pawn's fallen off.
But it's the a6 pawn now as well. If the a6 pawn goes, black's going to be in serious trouble. And I don't immediately see how he defends it, because he can't go bishop d3.
Yeah, we might get a flurry of moves. Either that or Ali Reza's forgotten about the timer.
I mean, yeah, once that pawn gets to a6, it's terribly starts to stop.
Yeah, it's got to be game over at that point.
But I think we can't play bishop f1 because of knight f3 check and knight takes d2.
Yeah, but it looks horrible. I mean, there's 2 pawns.
Oh, look at those 2 connected pawns.
And b5 will just be a queen, no?
b5.
And the bishop's on the opposite sides.
b5, knight b8.
b5, knight b8. I mean,
pawn takes knight. Yeah.
Just push.
Yep.
Crazy. All right, let's see how Marcus is getting on. All right.
Marcus is playing Ju Wenjun, the women's world champion, and
not such an easy position.
No.
That looks like
the white king is very good.
Very, very, very unpleasant.
So actually, I think I prefer to be white here now.
Yeah, much prefer to be white.
King f5 to g6, as you point out. Yeah. Okay, let's switch again. Well, it's moved on. Somehow Marcus has snaffled the a pawn. Sorry, just go back.
Let's have a look.
Oh, wow. Okay, so the bishop can still come to c1.
Yeah, Marcus is incredibly resourceful. You have to beat him about 5 times in order to win.
So knight b1 is coming. So now the question is, can that knight find a way to stop the h pawn? Well, yes, it can get knight e2.
And then you can play a3 to distract.
But I think knight e2, h5, knight takes rook, h6 is what we're going to see.
Yeah. And if you take, then it's just a
knight f4 check.
Draw.
Yeah. Wow, crazy stuff.
All right, let's see Ethan. So Ethan here's slightly struggling. Probably
slightly struggling, yeah. I think he'll probably lose that one in the end. H4 pawn's going to go.
Okay, fine. Let's see how Mickey got on. In a draw. Okay, fair enough.
That ended in a draw, yeah?
Yeah. And now Amit will try to make this Something happened, but probably...
But this is a theoretical draw.
Yep, unless someone runs out of time.
Marcel's done very well to get to there, even though our clock says 0.
And Alex Golding beat Andrew Hong.
Wow, that's sensational. Well done, Alex.
All right.
Should we have a quick look at that game quickly?
Yeah, let's go for it. So more King's Indian attacks.
King's Indian attack's a good line to play in Blitz, because you know what all your moves are. But this looks like absolutely nothing. Yeah, it's a bishop, but this shouldn't really be anything for white. Is a pawn down. So how did Alex manage to get out of this?
That's not a bad move.
Okay. Oh. So I think that might have been missed by Andrew.
Yeah.
So now white's slightly better. Pawn on e6 is very weak. Pawn on c4 isn't very good. Pawn on g7 isn't very good. Maybe a little slower. But now this position is, broadly speaking, about equal. I mean, black should hold the draw here. So I'm interested to see how Alex managed to grind it out. Let's play through this a little bit slowly. Okay, started by taking that one for that one. Ah, okay, stop right there. So I think this is go back one move. So in this position, I think it would just be normal to exchange rooks and make a draw. But Andrew's obviously trying for a win.
Yeah.
So he's trying to win by, he wants white to exchange on b6. And all of a sudden, black finds that his rook and king have gone too far from the scene of the action, and that's the end of that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Remarkable. He's trying, pushing too hard.
Yeah,
pushing too hard for the win. Okay.
That's what happens.
Okay, let's go for that one. Oh no, 2 bishops against 1. Oh, this is bonkers. Okay, this one could go on forever.
No.
Unless they decide to give it up.
And there we go. A peaceful draw. Wow, so Firouzja 2 draws.
That's a surprise. It's actually a surprise.
So how did Jack do? Jack must be horrible to play in Blitz.
Because he plays almost instantaneously.
All right.
It's a bit slow. Okay, still a very theoretical position. It's typical now actually to go bishop f4, not a3 and stuff like this. But this looks very comfortable for black.
Yeah.
So Jack's that's an excellent maneuver by Jack, but later on the bishop's still being annoying. He doesn't succeed in getting rid of it. Ah, stop there. That I didn't like somehow. Just go back. Back. Click, click. Click, click. Yeah, one more move for black. So in this position, black is very comfortable, I would say, just at first sight. His bishop on e4 is excellent. His hanging pawns are not under attack. And I imagine that his instinct was that he'd like to play rook c8, but it's pinned. So maybe just some move like rook a7 or something like that to c7 would be fairly comfortable, or rook e8 or something like that. But resolving the tension in the center, that clearly helps white, because black now has an isolated pawn. So black went for counterplay, but this is actually quite an interesting sacrifice. I don't really think I believe it, frankly, even if we can't contest the c file. So how did Jack manage to win from here? You see, I think I would have gone a4 there. Go back a little bit.
You would play a4 here?
Just the last move. No, black to play a4 after b4. If you go back a couple of moves, just go back a little bit. Yeah, queen a2.
Yeah,
instinctively, I'd want to keep that a3 pawn on the board unless it's a very bad move for some reason. You know. Anyway, he took. Slowly, a bit more slowly. So why isn't this just quite nice for black? Black surely shouldn't lose this position. Just swap the bishop for the knight and try and grind.
I think the key thing is 1 minute 46 versus
against 13 seconds. That's what happens when you play Jack Rudd. He just... And now Jack's making quite nice patterns. Yep. Ooh, g5 looks ghastly. I don't like that. That makes a big weakness.
It's going to be some
on
nonsense. Something's going to happen.
There's going to be a cheapo. Yeah, look at the knight heading for f5, yeah? There it comes. Oh, this is very, very nice chess. I mean, at Blitz, this is incredibly hard to deal with. Notice black couldn't go king g7 because the knight f5 there.
Wow.
Very difficult to deal with. Huh.
Wow.
Tremendous.
And now he's just going to keep playing forever. And that's...
Yeah, okay, we don't need to see any more. Have we had a look at how Ali Reza was held to a draw?
I think they're about to start for round... Yeah, Ali Reza's got Ethan now.
Okay, let's follow that game. So it's the King's Indian attack again. Wow, this is the theme of the tournament, the King's Indian attack.
All right, let's load in round number 3. Okay. Nothing just yet at the minute. I play this all the time on Bullet. It's very, very, very easy to play.
G4?
Well,
you don't usually go G4, do you?
Yeah, this is from round... this is Nikita's game.
Oh, okay.
You just push. You just throw your pawns, see what sticks.
Bit slamming.
Well, we'll see when they start.
Slower. So stop here for a second. So material is equal. Black has some double pawns, but they're not under attack at the moment. White's structure is weakened on the king side. I've just been given a coffee, which is very good news. Manchester City have just equalised again against Palace, which is not such good news. But I would say Black has reasonable counterplay here if he can activate one of his knights. What he doesn't want to allow is some horrible knight d6 event. So maybe like knight g6, would that have been a move now? Anyway, let's see. It was White's move, so he went rook c1.
It looks like they've just got underway for
Okay,
round
well, let's
3.
follow Ali Reza then quickly.
Nothing just yet. On chess.com. All right, let's have a look.
We're just going to switch over to chess.com, which is a slightly easier board for me to see as well.
There we go.
Just going to slightly rearrange the screen.
There we
Nicely
go.
done. Thank you,
Beautiful.
Mr. Director. Right, so this is 9-year-old Ethan Pein against Ali Reza Firouzja, one of the world's strongest Blitz players, one of the world's strongest players, full stop. It's looked like a Panov Botvinnik Caro-Kann, which is e4, c6, d4, d5, pawn takes pawn, c4. It looked like one of those. a6 is somewhat unusual because White can now play some main lines with Black having played a6 instead of e6 or g6 or... Yeah, they're the standard moves. So Ali Reza's taking a few risks here with Ethan.
Or anything to get out of the theory. But it says there's a huge advantage here already in the opening for Black. So let's have a look how this happened. So the Ponziani, you don't see much of it.
You don't see the Ponziani very often.
Not too often.
Okay.
And he went for it.
Wow. Joseph McPhillips going all in here against the women's world champion.
I wonder if this is home prep. Well, we're hoping for King G8, Queen B3.
King G8, Queen
D5
B3.
and en passant will be mate.
But King went back to E8, presumably.
King went back to E8.
I don't believe a word of this. Can we go back to the Ali Reza Firouzja game?
Let's go back.
Yeah.
Yeah, a think is always a bad sign in a situation like this. Sort of lets the opponent know you're bluffing.
Yeah, if you're going to do this, just keep going.
You've just got to keep playing. All right. Let's see how this happened.
Well, that's an interesting move from Ethan. Taking advantage of the delayed e6 that Alexis pointed out to get the dark bishops off.
Yeah, it looks pretty pleasant.
It looks perfectly pleasant for White. White's pawns on the C and D file are potentially weak. And having two sets of minor pieces off the board limits White's chances to attack on the king side. So actually, it should be fairly comfortable. The one thing White needs to keep in mind is he needs to be able to answer b5 with a4, because he doesn't want the pawn on c3 to get stuck. Has he just played c4?
Yeah.
Oh, well done. Okay. Now maybe bishop d7 to c6 is what I'd be looking for black here. And maybe rook d8.
There's no bishop g4, bishop h7 at any point? Feels like not enough.
Knight g5, check king g6, and there's no queen g3, for example, because of the queen on c7. You do that arrow, just to show that. Can you play it through, or? But there you go. So we don't think bishop takes h7
Nothing
check
too crazy.
is a threat. I'm sorry we're going so quickly, by the way, when we're analysing, but it's Blitz, and everything goes so quickly that it's difficult to analyse anything in any depth, and what you're getting is kind of instant reactions. So rook b8 to defend the b6 pawn, and Ali Reza will likely want to play bishop b7 and rook fd8 or rook fc8, put a bit of pressure on the pawn on c4.
And
at the moment, I think Ali Reza's main problem is his knight on e7 is not a great joy, but
yeah, lots of easy moves for Ethan though.
Yep.
All right, let's go to another group. Let's see what's happening. All right.
So this is another of the English prodigies, Supratit Banerjee from Sutton.
Let's see.
And David Hayden, who's a Blitz specialist. He's on 1 out of 2 playing Gwaine. Lawrence Twent against Shak Mamedyarov. Now there's a pairing made in heaven.
I know.
Right, let's see this one.
Unfortunately, I don't think we've got this.
We don't have the moves yet.
Which is a little bit
well, we'll keep checking back in and see if we do.
We'll see if that loads. All right, let's check on Adams versus Alex. All right. Looks pretty pleasant for White.
White's a pawn up. Pawn a4 has just been met by bishop c4. So presumably the game went e4, e5, a4, bishop c4, and the black knight has to make a move. So it was a slow Lopez.
A slow Pez?
Slow Pez. Let's go. Yeah, this looks, I think this is still theory, actually. Wow, when black can go d5, it's usually all right for him. Take on e3. Wow, this is interesting. Oh, it's just a pawn sacrifice.
But he's just being overrun a little bit.
Doesn't look good at all.
Mickey's too classy for this.
Yep.
Yeah, some nice tactics with takes, and knight e7 popping in there all the way at the end.
I'm going to do some damage, so king f8.
King f8 makes sense. Yeah, all the pieces are coming in.
Oh, there's a mate threat on d8, I think.
Yep.
Knight b6, rook d8.
Well, let's check in on Andrew Hong, see how he's doing. Oof, this does not look very good.
That looks a little bit
like checkmate to me.
On the side of terminal. Let's go.
There we go.
Let's just see the moves. Not too quickly though.
So we're getting moves in from Trent versus.
Okay, let's go to that.
Let's see how it goes.
Oh, Harry the H pawn. Right, show me from the top.
So knight c3. Yeah, this is what Lawrence played against me.
Okay.
And maybe h5 now.
Yeah, h5. Just how to put it? Consistent, logical, and it's what we want to see. Who smiled? Right.
Even just basic moves look okay as well.
Yeah, I can't believe this is bad for White. What seems, if anything, sort of marginally better for White, actually. Because I don't know, I don't feel that it... Let's put it this way. If the position...
There we go.
Okay, but if Black had just gone g6, if Black hadn't played g6 and then did, White would have gone h4.
Yeah.
It just feels... Bishop g4, it's begging rook h4, isn't it?
This is very loose stuff.
I'm desperate to see rook h4 here. And then if bishop h5, rook takes h5, and all hell will break loose. I mean, for example, just some random stuff, please, Jonathan. So say bishop... no, let's just make a move for White. I don't know, bishop g2.
Sure.
And then if you go bishop h5, which is clearly a stupid move.
Yeah, probably.
Then you take it. And then something like, you might just try a sneaky move like bishop h3.
Maybe b4, e6.
or maybe just bishop h3 to cut the king escape off from d7, and then you just move your knight anywhere and play queen takes h5 mate.
Yeah.
You see the kind of monkey business that we're up to. Okay, let's go back to the actual position. Start from the top. Okay, here we are. b4.
Wow.
So sorry, the point of b4 is knight takes b4.
Bishop h3, or rook, or simply just rook b1.
Just rook b1?
Or maybe even just knight.
I don't like the idea of a knight going from c6 to b4.
And then back.
Well, or even to d5 to e3 or c3. That looks very unpleasant. b4 looks to me to be pushing the boat out just a little bit. Just a little bit. Shaq is thinking.
Well, at least he's got him thinking. All right, let's see what's going on in this game. Okay, so Faruja's now winning. And let's jump into Marcus, see how he did.
So Eldar Gasanov, by the way, everyone, is the British Blitz champion.
Yeah. 2 times, I think.
Yeah, but noticeable that Marcus didn't play the tournament. Marcus just crushed him by the looks of it. Can you show me some moves?
Let's see how this went.
Not so fast. Not so fast, please. Okay. Keep going. Bishop f4 is a main line with knight b5 possibilities. Sometimes black takes on c3 here to weaken the pawns. And black's going to play the move d5 at some point. There you go. And just develop the pieces. But generally, this is a little bit better for white. The reason it's a little bit better for white is the bishop on c8. So the bishop on c8 is a very, very bad chess piece, actually, even in the medium term. White's got a queenside pawn majority, so at some point you might see c takes d5 and b4. And so this is just a nice, handy edge for white, and easy chess moves as well. Yeah, that's the typical move to control the c5 square. You might see a knight landing there and dominating the bishop on c8, stopping bishop a6, exchanging the bishop I was talking about. Very good. That's annoying. Yeah, you see white's taking, that's beautiful. The bishop's coming to d4. White's taking control of all the queenside squares. Bang! Oh,
that's a nice one.
That's a nice move.
Ah, you've got bishop there and rook h8.
Yeah, let's show that. Let's show that. So if rook takes c8, rook takes c8, bishop d3 check.
And if g6, rook h8 is game over. Wow.
So he would have had to play f5, yeah? But that doesn't look pleasant.
And you can't take because...
And you can't take because?
Rook c6 maybe? It's just strong.
Why can't he take? Well, just rook c6 and pins it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's, and bishop. Well, bishop d8 is possible, but everything's falling off.
Yeah.
That looks gruesome. Oh, tremendous. This is brilliant chess, actually, from Marcus.
Yeah, really nice game.
It's really, really, really,
really
superb
nice
game. Just absolutely crushed Gasanov.
Wow.
g4. g4 just makes a bit of space for the king.
Yeah. And also freezes their king as well a little bit.
Yeah. Flat. Wow.
That's a lovely game.
Look at that. That is
very,
tremendous.
Very strong.
Okay. Andrew Hong has beaten Jules Zhao.
Jonathan Parker, Chiruta George.
Tomasz, will we be able to have some standings after round 3? Probably worth looking at when round 3's finished. We'll have some standings.
Well, so at the minute in this group, which I think is Group B, maybe, or Group A, Maxime is winning with 2.5 points, alongside Amit with 2.5.
Ooh.
Followed by Adams and Andrew Hong on 2.
With 2 each. Yeah. Okay.
Let's see the other group. How's Faruja getting on? Faruja's in 4th place in his group, with Nikita and Marcus both on 2.5. Ju Wenjun and Faruja on 2. And only 2 people go through, right?
Yeah, 2 from each group.
2 from each group. Maybe we'll get some of the unfortunate losers to come and join us later.
Okay, we'll have a short break now, if we may, Mr. Director, and we'll kick off again when round 4 starts. Thank you.
All right, and we're back. So we've got Ali Reza is playing Jack Rudd, and I did have the pleasure of speaking to Fallujah just before he started playing. I did warn him about Jack Rudd. I said, you better watch out. He's a very sneaky player. He's either a super GM or a bit random. But here he looks to have a pretty comfortable position, very, very simple. With the IQP, can just play on forever. Control the square in front is always what Lord Malcolm taught me whenever we just about managed to sit down for a lesson of chess. And here he is. I think probably the highlight game will be Nikita against Ju Wenjun, but we'll see how this goes. I always like the bishop on B2.
Ali Reza against Jack Rudd. Let's see if Ali Reza can... No, Jack Rudd's still using 0 time, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
No respect. No respect. I don't know. I always like the bishop on B2, I find. Always some kind of trick.
Yeah.
Something somewhere. Even a queen D4 could be quite interesting. Yeah. Yeah, a queen D4 looks very interesting, no? Knight H6.
Queen D4 just looks quite pleasant, yeah. Yep, and then just rook FD1 and ask him what his next move is. Because he can't get a knight to C6 or E6. That would be quite dominating, actually. And Queen C2. I'm still very tempted by knight FD4 somehow.
But Queen B1 to A1 is also pretty interesting.
But maybe just rook FD1 here is just a normal move. And just ask Black what his next move is. I mean, what Ali Reza needs to do is to try and avoid falling too far behind on the clock against Jack. So knight E8. Rook on F6 is a bit vulnerable.
Yeah. But okay, let's move on.
Actually, I don't know, maybe before you move on, even H4 here. Actually, is not ridiculous. He's played F4.
Is it taking away some squares?
Yeah.
Many pieces? Not bad at all.
Well, look at that rook on F6. It's actually stuck. It's actually got no squares.
Yeah. Wow.
It's rather cleverly done by Ali Reza.
Can you even do this?
Even do what, sorry?
G4, G5.
Yeah, it would be a bit of a threat. Well, Jack's given up the exchange. Oh, his rook on A8 is hanging.
And the D5 pawn, and probably the game.
I think that's it, isn't it?
All right, fine. Well, let's move on.
Let's move on. Yeah.
All right, let's see. Amit versus Andrew. Okay, so these are two, well, both strong players, but very, very, very strong blitz players.
And it's our favourite King's Indian attack again. Now, if we go back, you'll see one of the key ideas for White in the King's Indian attack is this idea of going knight H4 and knight G5, and then when Black goes H6, you just leave it and offer a piece sacrifice. So this is still actually a theoretical position, funnily enough. So after H6, you quite like you quite like to be able to just go knight G4 here.
Okay.
But that's in the positions where Black's put his queen on C7.
Right.
Moving the queen and then moving it back is an important defensive resource because it stops that sacrifice. So knight H3, A3, just further cementing Black's advantage on the queen side. Wow, actually, that was a very critical decision. Go back, please, because that shouldn't be overlooked. Go back, a couple of moves. So, yeah. Now, in this position, I mean, I'm surprised that Amit allowed Andrew to get a mobile queenside pawn majority. I mean, you open up the bishop on G2, but...
Yeah. I mean, this still looks okay.
Maybe. I don't know. B4 looks like an issue.
Things are happening.
King H7 or something. And bishop F8.
Bishop H6. This is everything you want.
Ah, so what he's done is he's freed up the E4 square.
Yeah.
That's the point. That will make life very unpleasant for Black.
Wow.
Yeah. No, he's flowing. It's flowing.
There'll be something.
I take it all back.
Something landing on one of those.
Yeah. No, this is really nasty stuff.
Wow.
I mean, even knight G4 wasn't bad there.
Yeah. Can you play knight G5 now?
You certainly can.
You don't even want this rook, yeah? Or maybe you cash in at some point.
If you go knight G4, G6, queen takes H6 check. See, it feels like a small price for Black to play. For Black to pay, I should say, for being under such an enormous attack. I mean, at some point, if I could take the rook in the corner, at some point, and then play bishop takes H6 and win a piece on the rebound. So now, for example,
bishop H6 is very close to mate.
Yeah, so bishop takes H6 looks incredibly strong.
Has to go G6 after bishop H6. I mean, actually, how do you defend this? Queen, okay. And now can we take and queen f5?
Well, then he's got queen g8 again.
And then...
I think we bring a knight in. Let's bring a knight in.
Unsure what to do, bring in another piece. Wow. Yeah, very, very, very dangerous.
No, not with a pawn. No.
A little bit slow.
No, when the pawn gets to g5, it blocks the bishop on e3. So, sorry, the other thing is the knight on b6 hanging?
It is now.
It is now, right. So where's it going to go? Because the rook on a8 is also loose. Okay, that solves both problems at the same time. Yeah, I'd like to bring one of these knights in. I would like to bring one of these knights in somewhere. Now, you see, if you go knight g4, if you can put that on the board, maybe. Oh, okay, let's just see what's going on.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah, see, black is getting back into the game a little bit. He's got a knight back towards his king.
Yeah.
You don't want to allow knight takes e3. Yeah, this is keeping it flowing.
Knight g6 doesn't quite work.
Knight g6 doesn't work. No, I think Amit has slightly shot his bolt here, actually. I think he needed to get the knights in earlier.
Yeah.
It looked incredibly good. I don't know what the engine said, but it looked incredibly good.
Take a knight g4 now? Or knight g4 immediately, yeah.
Yeah, but Black's got some pieces that can defend now. He's got c3 to c2. He's got rook takes b4 and rook takes b1 in an emergency. You know, he's got material to play with now. He's got defensive resources. Okay, let's move there. Let's move on.
Let's move on. Let's see. So Firouzja won pretty simply, but let's see Ju and Jun against Nikita. Why not?
Wow. Black's pieces look extremely well coordinated.
Oh, there we go.
There we are. A queen sacrifice. Good timing, Jonathan. And black is going to be a pawn up in an ending. With b3 going and b7 going. Yeah, it's all happening as you might expect.
You have to watch out for this pawn. I don't know how easy this is. It doesn't...
Hellishly difficult to convert this.
Yeah.
Because there's very few pawns remaining.
Oh, is there not a rook e8?
Oh, nice spot.
Rook e8, undefended pieces.
Rook e8, rook b2. Yeah, it happened.
Yeah, and we're scooping that guy up.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a draw. I think both A pawns are going to be lost, right? Mind you, there's knight e5. Sorry?
Yeah, let's see Ethan versus Marcus. Oi, what's going on here?
Marcus looks like he's going to deliver there. Not so quick, huh?
Yeah, this is
easy.
This is game over. Yeah, Marcus is just very strong, and he's leading the group with 3.5 now, which is pretty impressive. I think Marcus will play Firouzja in the next round, which will be a big game. All right, let's see if we can jump off to the next group. All right, so we've got let's see Lawrence. Let's see Lawrence. Lawrence loves a bit of Blitz. All right, b6. Wow.
So, I mean, these are not serious openings, but, you know, it's Blitz, so it doesn't really matter. Typical move f5, countering on the white squares.
g4 means business.
It really does.
That's an annoying move.
Bishop b5. Why can't I go bishop c6 against that? He did. Okay. Don't think I'm too worried. Black's got a certain amount of stability. He's opened a file up on the white king. There are some cheapos with knight d3 check, which don't do anything at the moment, but you never know. a4 to a3 may come in.
Yep.
This looks like a perfectly acceptable position for black to me.
No, it is. It is.
Perfectly acceptable.
And
bishop takes knight, rook e8, maybe. There you go.
Gwyn and Luke agreeing a very diplomatic draw in what looks like a Caro-Kann.
Okay.
Not very interesting.
Let's see Maxime. We haven't had a look at Maxime lately.
All right, let's see.
Marcus has won.
And there he is. No game from this round just yet. Yeah, we can't see Maxim's game just yet. There we go. Okay, so he drew to Mickey, but I think we saw this.
Yep, that was the round before, I think.
Yeah, so it hasn't loaded. All right. Well, it looks like they're all finished, according to this. So maybe we pick a game and we go through.
Yeah, let's look at one more game and then just have a very quick break.
All right, go on. Let's see Gasanov.
Okay, this was Gasanov against Joseph.
This looks like a very, very, very strong, crushing victory. All right, let's go. B5, wow.
Not so quick. Yeah, okay, we have a Polish defense. Tomasz, Polish defense here. A bit of Polish from our spotter, thank you.
And then bishop back is usually a plan when you're playing this as black.
Yep.
And you reroute the bishop and you just have slightly better everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Better structure, more of the center, chances on the king side, yeah?
There we go.
And here it comes. Knight on f8, it can't be mate, said Mr. Larson.
Can we even just push?
I would just, no, here, funnily enough, I would just go b4, b5, a4, a5, and ask black what he's doing.
Yeah.
Because, you know, he's just very passive in the center. So.
Queen h3, very nice.
Yeah. It's not easy, though, to get through on the king side when you're facing an opponent with an extra pawn on that side of the board, yeah? It's a blockage. But now, White is got all his forces on the king side. This is fantastic.
Yeah,
this is really nice chess.
In Blitz, the bishop and pawn in front of the king is always worth more than the rook. Always. Oof.
Ouch. Oh, dear.
That's got to go.
That's definitely got to go.
Ooh, you missed that one.
And that was the end of that. Queen g7, mate.
Yes. Wow.
All right. Let's have another little break then.
Yeah, awesome.
Nope.
Yeah, and we're back. So we've got Marcus Harvey here playing Farouja in a big game when Marcus was on 3.5.
Looking forward to. Yeah.
Yeah. So Marcus is leading the group with 3.5. Farouja trailing on 3 out of 4. So it's a big game.
Yeah.
Yeah, Farouja's
So-
liking this D6, C6 setup.
Yeah, he
every
just
time.
wants to. It's the old Indian against G3, yeah?
Yeah.
So Ali Reza just wants to get a position and play. The old Indian is basically the King's Indian with the bishop on E7 instead of G7. In theory, it should be somewhat better for white. I don't know whether the computer hates the old Indian any less than it hates the King's Indian.
Yeah, probably not. I think it always likes this. Yeah, this C5 idea is always possible.
It's funny, that's not what I would have done. I'd have just gone E4, H3, bishop E3, and just asked Ali Reza to prove something, but maybe Marcus didn't want one of those positions with the Maroczy bind.
Yeah.
Maybe just didn't want that. Just wants things to be a little bit more open.
Yeah, slightly clarified as well. You know, simple moves.
Yeah, and now...
Yeah, it looks okay.
It's okay. I mean, Black always has the issue of where to put his bishop on C8, which is, if you like, the common problem in all the queen's pawn openings for Black. And maybe if I thought that was his idea. He wants to simplify things just a little bit. Leave Black with a bishop that sometimes struggles to find a square, and then it's easy play with E3 and knight D4. Rook comes to D1. Yeah, this is nice, easy play for white. I mean, it's, I'd say like plus 0.1, plus 0.2 maybe, something like that. It's just a small, I don't know, you could ask the computer what it thinks.
Yeah, no, you are one with the computer. Plus 1, plus 0.1 is correct.
Yeah, it's just a small edge.
Yeah, I mean, lots of simple moves to be made.
Yeah, now I think Marcus might maybe just... He doesn't want to play the move A3 because that would weaken B3. Bishop F1's a good move, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an excellent move. So he hasn't weakened his queen side, so it's not letting Black into the B3 square. Knight takes C6, of course, and yeah, Bishop C4 now, maybe.
Bishop C4, is there any knight D3 coming in?
No, it's hanging. Oh, you mean takes knight D3? Maybe.
Well, let's jump to another game because Jack Rudd seems to have a pretty big position with all the time in the world over here. Let's see how this one happened. So,
a little bit slower. Okay, same-ish Nimzo. Bishop E7. Ah, this line. Okay, this is trendy, but white is usually marginally better in these positions. Marginally better because of the pawn on D5. Black gets active play, but I just always feel if white can get the dark bishops off, he's going to be a little bit better.
Wow.
Ouch. Sorry? Ooh.
Everything's falling on this diagonal. Wow.
That's a fantastic move. So let's just show this to everyone. So rook takes F7. Rook takes, no, go back. Rook takes F7, rook takes F7, rook takes F7, king takes H7, bishop takes H5, and takes on E8. Very, very nasty. So knight F4 happened, but that's the tempo for what Black to get the rook off prise. And now actually G3 followed by bishop E6 is going to be very strong.
Yeah, G3 would have been winning.
With G3 winning, it says.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, instinctively you just feel that would end the game. Okay, bishop F5. G5, wow. Ju is just going for it.
And now great control on the dark squares, actually.
And knight coming to E3.
Yeah.
And suddenly the black queen on C7 covers the weak squares on the king side. And Black is better here, no?
Yeah.
Certainly not worse.
No, this is looking good.
Wow, what a transformation. How's she doing on the clock? She's only got 50 seconds. So concretely, what happens after knight E3?
Knight E3... Maybe there is some queen E4 to E6. That could be a
Queen
draw.
E4 to E6. Yeah, maybe show that arrow, maybe. Yeah. That's obviously got to be... That's enough arrows.
All right, let's jump back to Marcus because it seems like something's happening here.
Okay. So Farouja's plan was always going to be to advance the queenside pawn majority.
Seems to have
and
an
that's what
extra
he's
piece.
managed to do. And this looks actually very, very good for black, if I'm honest. Oh, now the rook's pinned. The knight's pinned on the rook. But knight e7?
Yeah, just king g7. Get out of the way.
Right. Calmly. Calmly out of the check.
e4, e5.
Look, I mean, if Marcus doesn't do something, knight takes b2 is going to come, bishop takes b1 is threatened. I think he's just in terrible trouble here. I think he's going down, actually, isn't he?
All right, well, let's see what's happening at the bottom of the group. With Ethan, with both Ethan and Joseph looking for their first win. What do we think?
We think this is very equal, if anything, minus 0.2.
Yes.
What does our friend say?
It does say minus 0.3, yeah.
Okay, I was close. But no, but I mean, it's just marginally
Very
better.
simple.
It's marginally better for black because the pawn on e4 is a little bit vulnerable and the bishop on c2 isn't very good.
All right, let's check in on MVL versus Andrew Hong.
Okay.
How did this one start?
That looks very equal. Oh,
Very
one
trendy.
of these. Okay. This is the trendy line, or one of the trendy lines.
No, I've
Knight
not.
e2.
Yeah, I've not seen
Do you know
this
that?
one.
I don't know that.
Not seen this one.
Okay. So now the position takes on the character of a Caro-Kann exchange variation.
But maybe the knight is not so clever here.
No.
You would quite often actually with the bishop on g7, you quite like the knight to go to b3 into c5 when they play with
Right.
b5.
Because there's less queenside black
Yeah.
squared cover, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, this is very logical. And now at some point black should, I was about to say black should get the two bishops. Yeah,
looks
bishop
very
h6
solid.
maybe, or
There we
I
go.
don't want those bishops off. Good. What black? Go back. So, what you absolutely don't want after rook e3, you don't want a position where the dark bishops come off and the white knight goes to d4. That's the end of the world.
Yeah, that knight is worth about 5 points.
It dominates the bishop, and white will just have a great time. So bishop h6 is the way to play.
Let's see where we're at now.
Okay, let's slow down. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Somehow, MVL's managed to win a pawn. And opposite bishops mean that there's a good chance of it being a draw, but it's not a draw yet. This one's going to go on for a while, I think. But how does black try and make progress? Maybe he tries to win the h-pawn somehow. Some devious idea. I'm just thinking maybe to go rook e6 and e3. You see what I'm up to?
Yeah.
Yeah? I'm trying to find a way to break through. Can you show that with arrows, maybe? That the rook comes to e6, the pawn comes to e3, and then you want to go rook e4.
Yeah, I mean, rook e6, king e3, rook f6.
Okay,
just a
but I'm
draw.
going to meet that with bishop f3. Every time you go king e3, I'm going bishop f3, and the rook is very bad
Yeah.
on f1.
Yeah.
I'm sure he won. I don't think we need to go back to that one.
But Ethan managed to beat Joe McPhillips.
Well done, Ethan.
Wow. How did he do that? All right, let's have a look.
Well, Joseph seems to have lost on time.
Yeah, but he's also suffering a little bit here.
Oh, yeah, it's a lot worse.
Yeah, that's a free
He's
pawn.
lost, actually.
Yeah.
Rook goes to c4, and that's it.
All right, which game would you... I feel like we've not given group number 4 any love today.
Okay.
Let's see how they're doing. Let's see. Ilya is beating Vidit. It's just a piece up.
Yeah, well, Ilya's had a fantastic tournament. He's won the Open tournament, level with Sadwani.
Played a very strong game against Marcus as well. So at the minute, Vidit and Ilya are winning this group. And but it's actually quite a tense group, this one. Lots of people in with a chance. Let's see Shreyas versus Stanley. Stanley's very, very, very strong blitz player. Very, very, very strong. I remember playing Stanley when he was rated around 1400 with a lead chess of around 2300. This was for a long time.
Yeah. Stanley's a little bit older than Shreyas, right? Yeah. Stanley's 16, is he? And Shreyas is 15, something like that. Yeah. But this position should be a draw.
But it's much easier to play with the knight than the rooks, no?
In blitz, always, yeah. I mean, if black spots a pair of rooks, he can play on, but Otherwise, white can play on forever.
It can even just be...
But now pawns are coming off. Yeah, okay, everything's going to come off. It'll be a draw.
It'll be a draw.
Rook will sacrifice itself on f6, and king, be king against
I mean,
king.
you can even take if you want.
Yeah, that's the quickest way. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, okay. Well, Shreyas is hungry.
He wants to play on.
Sure.
He wants to go rook g1 check and rook takes f6. So he's fighting.
Yeah.
That's actually quite interesting. He's still kicking, but then it'll be rook against knight. What's that like in Blitz when you're online, when you've got a rook against the knight?
Rook and knight is very easy.
It's easy to defend,
It's a simple one. Even if you've never had it before, you can kind of work it out.
But playing on the increment, I mean, you know.
Stanley's very quick. Incredible motor skills. Incredible. Right. But okay, he's dropped the pawn.
This is less pleasant. You definitely want one pair of rooks off if you're defending. Rook and knight against two rooks, that's a bit unnerving. So now Shreyas will probably give him
a series of very quick checks. Oh, he's kind of struggling.
Getting a bit pinned. Right, the black king needs to avoid any discovered check. So knight g6 is slightly threatened.
But hard to make any real progress.
Yeah.
Yeah, suddenly the checks are coming.
This could. Okay, everybody, I want you to beg for the 50 move rule here, please. Release us. Spare us.
Yeah, things like this can actually be quite damaging, you know, because you get very tired.
You get tired, yeah.
Oh, he's won the rook. There we go.
Sooner or later, yeah? Sooner or later, it's going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, the great thing is often when this happens online and suddenly then white starts to play with the rook and the knight and goes on forever for another 50 moves. And then everyone has to wait and suffer.
I just wonder, Justin or Matthew, do you want to come and have a little go? One of you? Matthew, do you want to have a few, just for a few minutes? You can take my place? Or
no, I don't mind.
I'll take you've got the mic on, so.
All right, why not?
Okay, let's welcome International Master Matthew Wadsworth. Well, he scored a Grandmaster norm at the British Championships not so long ago. And, well, you were in contention, weren't you, here to get another one for a while? Yeah. Well, why don't you wrap up this round with Jonathan?
All right. Which game do you want to look at?
Your choice.
All right. Well, why don't we see one of the older players against one of the youngest players?
Sounds like a plan.
We'll
that
see.
seems to be the theme of this event.
The old generation punishing the youngsters. I mean, Jonathan Parker absolutely demolished everyone in my Blitz qualifier. He absolutely brutalized me. 9 out of 9. Yeah. It was very crisp. It was the Grandmaster with 9 out of 9, the International Master with 8 out of 9, and the humble FIDE Master with 7 out of 9, being humbled by both title players, which was not so nice. All right, let's see this.
So how's this one? Yeah, so William Watson against Badana, e4, e5.
There we go. He played this against me when I played him.
It's quite an easy sort of just set up to just plug in and play at shorter time controls.
And d6 is wrong because we just get a very good sort of Vienna, you know.
Presumably.
We have everything that we want.
Semi-open f-file, just very good attacking chances. Knight e5 looks good. Oh, yeah, you're getting everything as white here.
Yeah, this is not
so queen d3
nice.
is not quite accurate, but white keeps a strong position.
And so how do we break through? H3 or rook f2? Or just bring in all the pieces?
There are lots of easy moves you can make. I'd start with doubling the rooks and see what happens. There might be something more. A4 is interesting. Rook ae1. Okay, and now the bishop comes around to c2. We've got e5, queen h7 ideas.
Okay, king
e5 there might have been e5 ideas straight away.
Maybe,
or maybe
e5, bishop f5?
Possibly, yeah. So maybe with king h1, you're looking for d5 and then e5 ideas.
Yeah, actually, d5 could be first. Even maybe a knight there at some point. Bringing the rook in. There we go.
Knight h4.
Rook in. This is very, very easy for white. Mindless chess.
Oh, e5 is very nice there. No bishop f5, and white's just crashing through.
None of this. Yeah, even there could be some, you know, I'm imagining some situation where, for example, we take and, you know, knight takes, rook takes. If we play pass or something, I don't know.
Yeah.
There is queen here and knight g6,
knight g6 mates would be lovely,
which is quite cheeky. Fair enough.
Just every single white piece involved in the attack.
And this bishop is very sad. It's gone on a very sad journey.
There are a few sort of sad black pieces on the queen side that haven't really done very much at all. So we almost get the mate. Do we get
Almost. Okay. Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes the oldies, you know, they show their class, show you, humble you in Blitz. Have you played William before? Maybe in the London Blitz qualifier?
Maybe at some point. I'm not sure I have. But he's still clearly
Very
got
strong.
it, yeah.
Very. Ooh, that's a nice move. And it's not a mouse slip. That is not a mouse slip. That queen is hanging. Oi, oi, oi.
And then a few more moves.
And then, okay.
So, any other games from that group?
From this group, well, we saw Shreya. So, okay, let's look at Jonah. I haven't seen any games of Jonah. How was Jonah as a Blitz player? I've played him.
He's very strong in
Okay.
shorter time controls. I think he was in the top 10 in the world.
On chess.com.
Chess.com bullet.
I have heard
time,
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have heard that.
So he plays the French against Sadwani, who came joint first in the Open earlier
Did you
today.
get to play him?
Yeah, I did. I played in round 3, and luckily it was a double round day, so he was happy with a quick draw.
Okay.
But so we get a French, a sort of standard advanced structure.
Knight A4.
Knight A4, and then Bishop C3 is standard.
And this is wrong, apparently.
So is there Queen B4?
You're a French player, aren't you?
Yeah,
these
Queen
days?
B4 check here looks very good for. And
Are we not executing this little plan? And we're kind of.
Yeah, I thought isn't D4 might have been. Was D4 hanging? No, there's A3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. I mean,
now this looks okay for white.
In Blitz, these can be difficult. You know, suddenly the tide turns. I feel black has to be slightly more accurate than white.
For sure,
you know.
yeah. With the lack of space, there's always just going to be attacking chances for white on the king side, and yeah, black's going to have to probably be more precise.
Yeah, which is not what you want.
Knight takes D7 is a good move in this situation. Normally, you don't want to get rid of that bishop, but here you're getting control of bishop A6. Now you have full control of the C file. And it'll probably just be a positional grind from here.
And where do you put the king? You slide him here?
Probably just king G2, yeah. And then put all the major pieces on the C file. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I recently learned that if you have rook, and queen behind, it's called. Do you know what it's called?
That's Alekhein's.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm a very uneducated player. I was never taught these sort of things. Strangely,
Okay, so
Jonah's quite resourceful.
Yeah, he's got a bit of counterplay now.
Okay. But then how did this go wrong? How did this go wrong? Okay.
So now he's got the C file, rook C7. Yeah, this is starting to look unpleasant. Back to equal material.
King is strangely weak, though.
Yeah, there feels like there should be some counterplay.
Should be something
here, but,
and that feels very natural to bring in, you know, all your pieces in. But maybe rook D6, and we can't take. We cannot take because...
is the B pawn running, or... I don't know.
What's wrong with take?
Or you get knight E5 in, perhaps.
Well, the computer says nothing too crazy. I mean, I don't know. This looks okay. This looks okay for black, but maybe... I
don't know. This is with so little time
maybe
left,
it's even difficult to actually just make the move, you know, like physically. And here we flag. Oh, we just flagged. Or maybe they did the kings incorrectly. Hard to tell.
I
presumably a flag.
Assume Jonah flagged, but I mean it's a tricky position, I guess, with rook C8 coming, and then then the pawn just promotes. Unless you're actually mating on the king side, you probably just lost.
Yeah. And there's no queen here. You know, if you play queen takes, knight h4, but of course just
the
king
queen
takes.
Swap. Yeah, exactly.
Or just king. It's a 50%er. You know, my best ever Blitz win was a 50%er over the board where I just played a queen check that hung my queen for free. My opponent moved his king and I took his queen, and he was absolutely shocked.
Got to take it sometimes.
You've just got to do it sometimes. But yeah. All right. Well, I think we'll take a short break and wait for them to get back. Or it actually looks like they're coming straight back for us.
Already.
All right. Well, Matthew, you're staying with us. You're staying with us. We hope your hourly rate is not too high. All right. So let's see. So we've got to load up. So this will be round 6 now.
Round 6. So this
let's see the standings.
Round to go.
Or
is this the last?
I think it's 7 rounds. Yeah. Or 8 rounds, maybe. I'm not entirely sure. But okay, so in this group with Maxime, we've got Maxime and Mickey leading with 4.
But a couple people are half point back.
Yeah, so Amit and Andrew Hong definitely could come in. There we go. We've got some standings. So for group 1, we've got Nikita and Farouja doing very well, but Marcus is definitely in contention. I think Marcus is yet to play Nikita, so
Yeah, I think that might be last final round. He's got Nagisa. Okay.
Okay, fine. And Joe is struggling. Joe is a strong blitz player. He did very well in the qualifier. He qualified through quite a difficult group with lots of players and just sort of somehow snuck through. And I think his tiebreak was just better than everyone, so he got through. But he's struggling.
Yeah, so it's the top 2 go through to the sort of the second round group.
Yeah.
So we think this will be a sort of 2 of the top 3, most likely.
Yeah.
Maybe a very outside chance of someone else. This group's a lot more open.
Yeah.
You think any of the top 5 have a decent shot?
Yeah, I mean, I was backing Amit to get through somehow. I mean, Amit is incredibly strong at blitz. I think I'm probably 0-7 against Amit in all-time controls, and I think my bullet record against him is actually 0 over probably about 30 games. Have you ever played Amit? Oh, you just played him now in a crazy game. Yeah.
In the open, and it was a crazy game. Both of us were winning at various points, and eventually had to settle for a draw, which is probably fair.
Yeah.
So this is the third group, and then the fourth group. Vidit a clear point ahead, and then all to play for the second spot.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if Jonah and has played any of the top guys.
So we obviously just saw him lose to Sadwani. I think he beat Smirin.
Has he played Vidit yet?
Maybe he's still got to play Vidit, so that'll be a key game. Yeah, exactly.
All right, well let's jump in as it looks like the games have started. All right, fine. Well let's have a quick look at
Amit's game.
Why not? Yep. All right, so Amit again, got trusty King's Indian, some kind of attempted Benoni.
Always see a Fianchetto, yeah.
But this looks like a London, or let's see how this went. No.
So starts with an English, turns into a regular King's Indian with a bishop g5.
And are we going c5? Yeah, I've always quite liked c5 here. And after
the
e3,
c5 setup's the standard
takes and just d5, and you sort of get rewarded for not moving the d pawn.
Yeah, exactly.
But okay. a6, okay. Very interesting.
Standard setup.
And there we go. I feel like
now we get
black
C5,
is pretty comfortable.
I'm very happy with black's position
very
here,
happy. Yeah, and trade off, slide in there, bring the knight in.
Or even it just feels very easy to play for black, and as white, it's not 100% clear what your plan should be.
Yeah, it also feels like this is not what you wanted from the white side when you played this.
Not exactly, no.
But okay. Okay, maybe
Rook a2s are sort of not, if you got to play it, it's not the best move to have to play. And now e6, and this feels like a supercharged Benoni for black.
Maybe I'm imagining some tricks.
There are definitely some tricks to be careful of. It feels very suspicious for white.
Yeah. And if b3 is definitely not a move you want to play, as you kind of hang the house.
If you give up the c3 square,
it's just disgusting.
You might not even put the knight there. Maybe you don't even want to take anything.
Yeah, you just leave it. Yeah.
This looks very good for black.
All right, let's have a look at Mickey in a pretty important game, I think, for the group. Right, I think if Andrew wins, then he might leapfrog.
So this looks very sharp.
And I'm not entirely sure how the tie breaks are going. I think
it's maybe head start and then something else.
So this could be quite an important game. So let's see how it's going. Okay, so French.
Another advanced French.
So he's playing both sides of the French.
Exact same line, and this time Mickey goes to bishop takes f5. So this structure.
And the bishop comes to e6. Actually, you can play some interesting things. For example, I think if castles, I actually give away some secret prep. I had prepared some g5 lines.
G5 ideas can be playable and can be quite scary.
But it looks visually scary, but actually it's not so interesting. From what I've looked at, the knight can drop back and you push all your pawns forward and suddenly white says, what are you doing? And it's not the most interesting in the world. But okay, so let's see what happens. So we get all of this, okay. And f4.
So f4, you sacrifice the pawn just to bring the light square bishop out. For like if black's got a result to this, it's probably not a great sign for the line.
Although strange.
I was going to say Mickey could have just gone g takes f3 there and kept the d4 pawn.
Yes.
Which feels
actually
more logical.
Maybe some interesting.
I was going to say then maybe you can castle queenside and start hacking.
This feels...
Instead, though, black's sort of come right back into this, and king e2 again, not a move you really want to make.
Is he lining rook takes e5?
It's definitely some rook takes e5 ideas in the air. There might have been bishop takes h4 there for a move or two as well.
just show that one actually. Bishop h4, you know, we want to play here. What's the problem? The bishop, so we get rid of the bishop. Bishop takes h4, actually very, very, very strong. Okay, now we're sort of
now
getting...
Mickey's sort of manually castled with king f1, got control of the c file. That now
we're just in a normal game basically.
Yeah, still quite tense. Oh, knight d6 is nice.
And okay, what do we think here?
There's some knight takes f7.
Knight f7, queen f5. Yeah.
Well, bishop f6 still it's a bit sharp.
6. Yeah. Wow. But okay, it's black to play. And he's running out of time. All right, okay, so let's see. One game's already finished. Let's see how this went. Go on, we'll whiz through. All right, so e4, another French. French is very popular.
So this time,
are you teaching this young man French?
I don't think but it's a weird setup by MVL.
But
G3, with G3 this early, but it's kind of where you want the bishop in these positions.
No, it's not too bad. I recall we had a game in the French which went e4, e6, G3.
Possibly.
Which went pretty well.
We won't talk about that one.
Yeah, I mean, the bishop is actually meant to be quite good. I was recommended
Especially
this
this structure, this is exactly where you want the bishop.
And even you can put the bishop like this, and it's just very nice. And this bishop is just terrible. All right, let's see.
Okay, so now converting it into an IQP, which you then win the IQP immediately.
And that doesn't work.
Because you have rook e5 with tempo.
You might. And so now, how does he win so quickly?
You'd assume it'll have to be a blunder. Yeah.
All right. Well, it can happen even when you play the greats. You just get scared. You just get scared. All right. Let's see this group. All right. Let's see Trent versus Gawain. All right. Let's have a look here.
Interesting one.
All right. So, okay. So Trent likes to go knight c3. Gawain is slightly more standard with knight f3. Okay. Fair enough. Knight c6. There we go. There we go. I do like this setup. I quite like this setup with bishop g4 and e5. And you get very weird positions very quickly. But okay, very normal. Suddenly this bishop cannot move. Okay. Just a normal, typical Lawrence stuff. And f6. Okay.
Yeah, it feels
just slightly better for white.
Definitely better for white, but black's reasonably solid on the king side. Maybe some play on the b file later on.
What are the standings in this group? So in this group, the young Icelandic dude is winning with 4.5.
Yeah, so Stephenson on 4.5, Gawain half a point back on 4.
And then Luke and Shaq is in a must-win game.
I think so. Yeah.
If he doesn't beat Banerjee, then he's in a bit of trouble. But he's looking pretty pleasant here.
Pawn ahead and so many loose pieces for white. Feels like something should be hanging.
Yes. Yeah. Let's see how the opening of this one went.
Yeah.
Let's see. All right, so e4. Scandinavian, man after my own heart. And puts it to a5. Beautiful. Bishop f5, very good. e6. Knight c6. Okay. I'm too boring. I'm always just running away. I mean, I always feel like in the Scandinavian, actually, if you go c6, if you get this position, you sort of get a dream Caro-Kann structure.
I was going to say, it's exactly what you want in the Caro-Kann, but you burnt several tempi moving your queen around, which is kind of the trade-off.
Yeah. But okay.
So knight c6 is a little bit different.
This is much more trendy with this e6, bishop b4, but you have to be prepared to know your stuff a little bit.
And your queen is obviously a little bit more short on squares on b6.
Didn't Banerjee... Didn't he win a game in the Scandinavian in about 10 moves at the British against Jack Rudd?
Possibly,
I think so. I just remember seeing the game and assuming it was a quick draw, and then coming back and seeing that he was on more points than me, which was, as everyone was. Okay.
So
that's
maybe
just a pawn.
knight e5 just blunders a pawn, or
I mean, what do we do? I mean, this feels already quite annoying. You know, if that and that can happen, then
rook d2 runs into knight e4.
Exactly. And bishop g4 is very much on the cards as well.
So maybe black's already
maybe black is
quite
actually just
here,
okay. Yeah. Okay.
Maybe even more than okay.
Yeah. And that's just a pawn. And it feels like it's about to be
So h6 to cover the back rank.
Yes.
And now it's just a piece. Yeah.
Okay.
So So it looks like...
All right, so we'll move on. All right, let's check into a different group. All right, let's see how this group is progressing.
Group 1? So
the only game is Marcus versus Joe is still going. All right, Marcus is hustling. it looks like Marcus is winning.
Should be winning for White.
Which is a good result for Marcus.
So Marcus keeps pace because Alireza won.
And there we go. All right, well, let's check on the standings for this group. Let's talk about it. So Nikita is winning. Nikita and Firouzja are winning, but that puts it all into play. So if Marcus beats Nikita in the final round, then Marcus will sneak on through. So it's a pretty...
So all to play for in that game, and I'm not sure who Alireza's last opponent is.
Let's have a look. So Alireza is playing Joe, who's struggling, but that would be a great moment if Joe's final game gets him a win against Alireza. Would be quite beautiful. But I think Alireza will qualify anyway. Oh no, because it's head-to-head as a draw with White against Nikita, but he...
Yeah, I don't know how the standings go, what the tiebreaks are past
He's beaten Marcus, I don't know, it would be too complicated.
It'll depend, but I think likely Alireza and then one of Marcus and Nikita will go through from that group.
I think they should bring back the Mike Bassman coin toss. Did you ever have a coin toss at the Giga finals?
I think there was a coin toss or a tie break by material.
Yes,
it's always a fun one.
Those dodgy adjudications. getting about 1,200 to adjudicate the games of almost IM level juniors was always very, very, very interesting. But all right, let's jump through to the next game. To the next group, let's see this group with Luke. So this game still appears to be going on. So let's have a look.
So it's progressed a little bit. Still equal material.
Trent, I will say, was completely winning against Shaq for about the majority of the game.
He's been playing well, hasn't he?
He's a strong Blitz player. I mean, I think Lawrence almost had a 2600 Blitz rating a few years back, so he can definitely do some stuff.
Now, I mean, I quite like the black position, to be honest. I mean,
yeah,
White obviously has the passed A pawn, but it's a long way from being dangerous, and White's pieces are not necessarily the most coordinated.
Oh, but maybe even is there some King H6 and Rook G7?
Possibly. But
actually, the pawns are just rolling.
You could just storm the pawns down the board, and White's a little bit tied down because his queen's got to defend the rook on b2, and the rook doesn't necessarily have so many squares.
Yeah.
Either f3 or e3 coming in the next couple moves.
I mean, somehow I'm just very drawn to this King H6, and I mean, it's like there's no checks. There's no checks, which in Blitz is always horrible.
And if you really want to, you can just be boring and pick up the c4 pawn.
Yeah.
Probably followed by the d5 pawn.
Yeah. Trent is...
He's doing well. He's a minute down on the clock, so that could be an issue. But
I don't think he'll be able to qualify, though. So all he'll be doing is annoying Gwaine.
Exactly. But now, both pawns captured. Maybe White has some checks. Maybe rook b2, rook b8 coming could be a little bit annoying.
Maybe can we play e3 followed by bishop?
Yeah, I think rook f8.
He's going to give him a draw, maybe.
Or maybe just gaining some time.
Yeah, I mean the king again is very safe on h6. Strangely,
I was going to say maybe
weird.
rook b8's not to be feared. You get one check and then
he's going for it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I see no problem with bishop c6, and this is
e3. Yeah, just e3 now could be very strong. There we go. Oh, e2, nice.
Yeah, and actually, again, we're happy.
And the king's going to be very safe on h6,
yeah.
as you've been saying the entire game.
And there we go.
He's going to go to f6 now.
Yeah, probably. Or he'll flag. I mean, I did witness something incredible yesterday in one of the Blitz qualifiers where someone was up 2 queens and a knight, but they'd had a remaining pawn on g3 and their opponent flagged, so they won. Yeah.
Never give up.
Never give up. Never give up.
Bishop takes h3.
Bishop takes h3 was very classy, but yeah,
c6 I think
is also
good
just
enough.
Yeah, and I mean, we can even be boring. Yeah, I think so. I don't think Gwaine will be able to qualify now because I think his head-to-head tiebreak might not work in his favor, which is a shame. Can't win them all, but hopefully maybe we can convince Gwaine to come and take some commentary so I can go off and get a coffee. But yeah, all right. Maybe he's just resigned. I mean, I don't actually see a move.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of delay. I mean, f3 then minimum you've got some rook g7 and a totally winning endgame for black. Yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, Lawrence showing he can still do it. Get
Very
Lawrence
impressive,
back.
Yeah.
Send Lawrence to New York for the World Rapid and Blitz Championships. Are you tempted to go to that? No one from England is going.
Really, no one.
Is it saying Queen 1? Oh my. Let's reload. Let's see. That would be.
This must be on time, right?
That can't be possible. On chess results, is it saying? Well, maybe Lawrence gave him the win. Who knows? Maybe Lawrence is just such a charitable guy.
Possibly.
But that would be very, very, very sad for Lawrence if he didn't manage to win this one.
So yeah, it would have to be something with the clock,
Or an illegal move. There was someone yesterday who an IM who lost a game purely because they had a Fitbit on. They hadn't played chess for a while, and their opponent in round 3 said, "You've got a Fitbit, I win."
To only notice that on round 3 is surprising.
I know the arbiters. I think we've got an arbiter in the crowd at some point, so very disappointing. Very, very, very disappointing. All right, let's see how this game is going on. How is Shreyas doing? I haven't seen his game. Shreyas is on.
He was showing he had a long draw against Stanley.
Okay,
a couple
and that
rounds
probably burnt him out. Let's see, how did he do? Yeah. So after a horribly long game, you then always lose. You always get punished.
And then he's black against Sadwani to finish, which will be a tough one.
But actually, that could be an important game. Black against Sadwani will decide on who goes through, as it's Sadwani and Smirin and Vidit all.
So Vidit is presumably confirmed.
Yeah, so Vidit will be confirmed because I think his head-to-head will be strong.
What's the tiebreak on those two?
On Ilya.
So
well, actually,
Ilya beat Sadwani in the first round,
but Ilya
also beat Vidit, which is impressive.
So actually, if Ilya wins and Vidit loses, and Sadwani Vidit is guaranteed to qualify.
I think Vidit's guaranteed, and Smirin is in the driver's seat. If he betters Sadwani's result, he goes through.
And let's see, are they sitting down? They're not yet sitting down for the final race. I think they're giving them a bit of a breather, and I think.
It's been a tough schedule, hasn't it?
It has. Maybe we can sneak off for a breather for a minute or two, and then we'll
couple minutes,
and then we'll come back straight after. Yeah, awesome. Thank you, Matthew. All right, so we're back. So we've got the crucial game between Marcus and Nikita to decide who is going to qualify. So, okay, so is this some sort of chiggering from Marcus?
Yeah, Queen's Gambit accepted with 3 knight c6, which is a unusual one.
Yeah, a little bit of a weird one. Bishop g4? Or what do we do? Or do we
I
have
mean,
to...
you've got to do something, otherwise you're giving up the centre for nothing.
No, e5 is too
You think
much.
either e5, yeah, bishop g4 is sensible.
Yeah, this is like a chiggering with bishop g4, and dc4 is the engine line at the minute. It's not in the books. One of the few books I read during lockdown was a book on the chiggering, which I've almost never played. And then suddenly, when Stockfish 16 came out, it said all the analysis was wrong. Yeah,
Can happen with smaller openings sometimes.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's see. Okay, where are we going to put this now? Or do we take? Maybe we can take.
Takes. I might be going g takes, and then
Yeah.
I'm
And then
still
this knight is-
not happy with the knight anywhere.
No.
Yeah, so knight e5.
Clearly, Nikita knows what he's doing here.
Yeah, just blitzing all of this stuff out.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't look.
This
so great.
already looks very bad for black.
Yes, but okay,
seeing
Marcus
Marcus
likes
very
this.
resourceful.
You've got to be worse to be better, is my favorite chess quote. Which is what I always say to comfort myself when I don't know my openings. So, yeah, can we get away with this? I mean, I know there is a line in e4, knight c6 in the Nimzovich where you get kind of similar positions to this, but just without a knight. And g takes is a strong move, and this pawn structure is just very solid. You actually kind of run out of squares for your pieces. Do you think Marcus might be tempted by knight d3 at some moment?
I think he might have to be honest.
Yeah, just to release
just to get
something.
get one of the knights off the board.
Yeah.
But then obviously you're then back to equal material. White's got this lovely centre. I mean, yeah, still also playful, but I think very favourable for White starting. Should we check Alirez's game?
Yeah, let's see. Well, Alireza is seemingly doing quite well, almost off the bat. Right, let's see how the opening went. He loves this setup. He absolutely loves it.
He's been playing this every single game, hasn't he?
H3.
H3.
It would be funny. I mean, H3 is often met by A6, which would be very, very, very weird. Yes, it's. I know. Actually, we've got a member in the audience who's talking about the black line. I actually remember Ravi Harrier preparing for this individual in the black line and getting very stressed out. Yeah, this feels
D5,
like a
D5 is nice.
D5 is a very nice move. Yeah, this feels like a slight over-exaggeration. I mean, you're not so scared of this coming in.
You've burnt a lot of tempi on flank pawn pushes. Yes.
Without castling, and you cannot castle anymore. And you're probably not going to castle queenside due to your fancy space gaining. Yeah, this just doesn't look good. I mean, the board is opening up.
The F4 square beckons, and
yes, I mean, you spent what 1, 2, 3 moves to defend nothing.
None of the squares, yeah.
Which is very sad. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's not completely horrible, but it's definitely.
It's still just the question of where are you putting your king, right? Because center's no good. Queenside is probably your best bet, but still not great. And kingside with a knight on f4 is a non-starter.
Yeah, I mean, queen a5 is always on the card.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just not so nice. All right, let's see this game. I mean, I'm just interested because both of these players seem to play bullet in all formats of chess. I mean, I've played Ethan many times. He's just so quick. I mean, the way that he sees the board and processes is absolutely incredible.
But even compared to Jack, he is
still
a
slow.
minute and a half down the clock. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see how this one started. So yeah, Ethan has very nice opening knowledge actually. I'm always impressed by his little sidelines that he's got. So okay, what do you know about this line, Matthew?
So f3 in the Nims, I mean, it's very ambitious.
Very trendy.
You want to create as big a center as possible. Obviously, with a3, you take the bishop pair.
You can't try for some g4 at some point. Maybe
at some point, maybe some attack with g4, but I think more looking just to dominate the center. And yeah, gradually get to this structure where you're looking to push e4 at the right moment. The knight comes to g3 and then f5 perhaps to support that.
Yeah, and there we
now
go.
e4 comes.
He's just executed the plan
and it's
perfectly.
incredibly tough to deal with this.
Knight g4 is a smart resource.
It's a good resource, absolutely. But Jack just keeps pushing pawns.
But okay, the king is tremendously weak now.
Yeah, it feels
very
a
weak.
little bit ropey. I don't know after knight e4.
Do we
what's
have a
happening
trick?
with queen h4 check?
Yeah, yeah, either or. I mean, yeah, the king is really bad. We do have to watch out for this, though, at some point. But okay, let's jump back to Nikita's game, as there seems to be some spice going on over there. Oy, 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 how did that happen?
What's happened here?
But Marcus isn't going to give this up. You do have to beat Marcus several times.
Should we see
over.
how we got to this point?
Yeah,
from,
let's see. From where we last left it.
Yeah.
Okay, so this plan of...
So he
went for knight
did
d3.
go for knight d3 check.
But this is...
But interestingly, it wasn't taken. And
Yeah.
instead bishop d4 is very nice.
Yeah, bishop d4 is a strong move. Easy to miss as well. And now we're just playing with the fact
Queen
that
a4, just
and this
play
will,
the center and...
this will go.
Yeah.
And we had to give up a piece in this position.
I don't think you... Yeah,
Otherwise we're dropping
with
the
e6
rook.
check coming, yeah, exactly.
This is very nasty. Very, very, very nasty. But Marcus has to just play on and hope.
Exactly. I mean, it's Blitz. Anything can happen.
But it does look like his time is running out.
I was
as well
going to
as his
say
resources.
anything can happen, but when you're also down on the clock and down on the board, it's very difficult.
You need to pick one. You need to
Exactly.
pick one. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's see how Ali Reza managed to win. Another quick win. Ali Reza's showing his class. I mean, when he's winning very, very, very quickly.
I'm told that George Wow drew with Mickey.
All right, we're going to have a look at that. All right, so after we have a little look at this, lovely knights on f4, we're going to jump over as there was a great result by one of the young players. So
I think that's group 2, but we'll have a look.
Yeah, so let's see this. So rook here, takes. Yeah, okay, this is just horrible. He's actually down a piece
It's just
and
a
his king.
clear piece down, and yeah, with the king problems that haven't gone away.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at young George Zhao. All right, so we're
round
looking for
7.
round 7, and there we
Yep,
go, we've
there
got
we
a
go.
draw. All right, awesome. Does this draw help Mickey? I think this draw does guarantee Mickey's qualification, but nevertheless...
You would think, but even so, I
It's
mean,
still impressive
I
to get a
quite
draw.
like White's position to finish up there, so...
Yeah, I've seen many juniors
mainline
fall.
Catalan,
Yeah.
A6. It's a fairly trendy line.
George is one of the youngest juniors I've noticed to play the Catalan. I remember like many young children I'm teaching are still playing sort of basic collie systems, but George has been playing the Catalan and playing it well for a long time.
Opening to play well, which so it's very impressive.
Yeah, and very, very, very thematic.
So this setup, I mean, you're giving up a pawn long term and hoping to have and it's positional compensation rather than anything immediate or tactical, which is not necessarily the easiest to handle, especially in Blitz.
Do you see? That's a nice move. Controls a lot of squares.
91, very nice.
And okay, maybe if we can scoop up the a4 pawn, we're
I was going
happy.
to say, which is presumably what does eventually happen.
And maybe does he cash in with this at some point? Let's see. Oh, okay.
Rook b1 and rook b1. The bishop's being awkwardly placed. Mickey had to give it up, and now White just has a safe long-term advantage. Which
This pawn being slightly weak.
Yeah,
and we're just chilling. And there we go. Wow, that's a great result.
Very good result. And yeah, I mean,
that's what these events are all about.
White's the one having all the fun in this position. So yeah, maybe Mickey even getting away with it a bit.
Well, let's see how MVL is doing against Amit. And this game is not so important for the standings as I think it's just more for pride.
Qualified. And,
yeah,
and Amit can't qualify. Or...
Yes, I think. Well, let's see. Alex Golding has done very well in this group, scoring 5. Very strong. But let's see this game here. So Maxime seems to be just a bunch of pawns up, and he's about to win another one.
Yeah, he's about to win b5, and then you think c6 probably follows.
Some sneakiness maybe, some kind of nonsense, but it's just very far away from happening.
Yeah, you've got too many pieces controlling that can control c7, and yeah.
Yeah, and even though Maxime only needs a draw, he's not going to give up his rating. When you get to that high,
exactly. Or you've got one thing you do have to be careful, a little bit careful. So very, very precise there, going knight a7 and b5 to pick up the c6 pawn. Yeah. Once you win that one, now there's no concern about opposite color bishops. That all the endings are winning.
And there we go.
And there we go. Yeah.
Very, very clean. All right, let's see if there are any more games going on from the other groups. All right, so let's see. Yeah, let's jump into this group. All right, so which game is very important here? So we've got Gwaine and Stefansson as the key games, and maybe Shaq. Let's see one of Shaq's games. All right. So Shaq is playing Gwaine.
Against Gwaine is a key one.
And all right, let's jump in, see how this one went. All right, so we get It's a very,
So-
I
so
feel like it's a very
Trompowski-
English opening. A lot of English club players do love this. But okay, it turns into some kind of
becomes sort of a more standard,
Yeah.
Standard structure that Gawain is obviously very familiar with.
But also some respect that Shaq shows not going into a mainline King's Indian. You know, you're just like,
even
no.
even in Blitz, he doesn't want
Yeah.
any part of that.
I
yeah.
trust your chessable knowledge. And there we go. Okay. So we
And Bishop C5 just picks up an exchange. So
yeah. But okay, maybe he's happy to give it up if the bishop can come to C5. But it
potentially,
doesn't.
I don't think he's too happy.
He won't be thrilled.
No.
But okay,
We'll
life goes
see.
on. But he's also running out of time. Again, you have to pick one.
Exactly.
You have to pick one.
And I mean, there is still some kingside potential for black here, but you'd expect the extra exchange to account, especially given the open D file.
Although things are happening.
It is
King's Indian
starting to
things are
sharpen up
happening.
on the
and
I don't know. You've seen these sorts of endings held, or
Rook
sometimes
H8.
even one A4 is dropping.
Yeah. No, this is not easy.
This
You could easily see a
become
panic.
very messy.
I mean,
And-
bishop A4? What's going on after bishop A4?
Before maybe now white starts to be the one attacking with starting with rook G1 check, but
But
no,
okay,
instead
he
knight-
went a little
knight-
bit passive.
knight D3 to it does pick up F4, I think, but
Yeah, you have to be a bit careful because that opens up the long diagonal on the king potentially. But okay,
True.
very, very, very messy position. Let's see David Hayden. David Hayden beat me yesterday, so let's see how he's doing. All right. Okay.
So another Catalan.
Very solid. C5. Okay. Very standard stuff. And now white is just a fraction better, yeah?
It's just a small advantage to white, but a pretty permanent advantage.
But not anymore.
Now it should just be very close to equal. Maybe,
maybe
white's
he
still
was-
got a tiny pull.
I think Stefansson was happy for a draw.
Exactly. I think a draw guarantees
Really suits
his
him.
progress. So he just wants something with as small risk as possible. And he has maybe gone a little bit more passive than you would maybe like.
Yes. Although knight C5 coming in will be... There we go.
There we go, knight C5.
But I mean, I'm quite surprised. I don't know if they're allowed to offer draws. I mean, if I was him, I'd offer a draw without thinking. And
But then I think, David probably
probably
rejects
says
it.
no.
Exactly.
Let me steal your rating points. E3. Okay, but this just feels very boring now. Like, what's going on?
It should just be equal, but there's still some potential for some excitement.
David is very, very, very quick. Well, that's a pattern I always teach. You know, two squares horizontal or vertical gap between a bishop and a knight.
And then we've seen a draw.
And now we've seen a draw. Exactly. Typical.
So
Typical.
They can accept draws. Clearly.
Yes. All right, well, let's see. Okay, let's go back to Shaq versus Gawain. All right, spicy things going on here. But I think this is a very important game. I think whoever wins this will qualify. And I think if Gawain draws, he qualifies as...
Exactly, yeah. If Gawain holds this, he goes through. If not, then Mamadjara catches him up and will obviously have the head-to-head over Gawain as well.
So we'll see.
So
I think Luke may be hoping that Gawain loses, depending on their
so
head-to-head.
yes, we'll have if this one is a white win,
It
then
will be
we're
very
gonna have
confusing.
3 players on 5 out of 7, and then we'll see how the tiebreak situation works out.
That'll be something we'll leave for the arbiters.
Yeah, I'm not working that out now.
But here, maybe. I mean, I don't know. This feels like one of these positions only black can win. Yeah. You know.
It's
in a
surprising
bullet
how
game.
quickly it's changed. But yeah, if you can at some stage, I mean, you are going to create a queenside pass pawn.
The bishop is
Your
on the
king
correct
is obviously
color.
your king is obviously more active, so maybe king e4 at this position.
But computer doesn't like. If we
But-
take, there we go. But then we have check. But then king here, rook here, take. I don't know.
It's messy.
It feels messy. And there we go.
But now with the outside a pawn, at the same time you've still got the active king.
And king f3 will jump out and get you.
And if rook c4, king d3, yeah.
And there could be some bishop here, and then c3 and bishop c3
So
at
I
some
think-
point. So maybe he will
I mean,
just take.
I think practically Gawain might be able to just force a draw.
Yeah.
If he just there we
Oh,
go.
well played. Well
very
played,
good
sir.
hold by Gawain from
Very,
a
very, very
really
well
tough
played.
position.
Right, so let's see how this group finished. Oh, there's still one game. There's still one game. Okay. But this looks like just an exchange and a pawn.
Exchange and a pawn and a threat of mate in one.
Yes. Yeah, how do you defend this? There we go. Okay, but then now we're just losing more and more pawns.
That being said, White's only on his increment.
True.
Definitely possibility of things going wrong, but
it doesn't. I mean, even we just trade.
I think if you can trade off the rooks, then
you just win.
Then you reduce any risk. Exactly.
Okay. Well, fine. Let's see how the last group is progressing. So it looks like Stanley got a draw against Vidit.
Very impressive result by Stanley.
Which Stanley, will be very, very, very pleased with. But Vidit is qualifying by the looks of things, and now we'll have to wait for the arbiters to do their job and see what the tiebreak is.
I think Smirin has the tiebreak over Sadwani.
Yeah.
From round one. Yeah.
Yeah, round one. So that was a crucial game. Very, very, very strong. Okay, now let's go back to Group 1, where we see that Nikita and Firouzja qualify. So the natural order, rating order, very, very clean rating order group, actually. And Gasanov showing his strength. He's a very strong blitz player.
And
very, very, very strong.
And Marcus as well. It must be said, he was leading halfway through, and just unfortunately a couple of tough games against Alireza and Nikita.
He lost to the big boys. All right, let's see how the next group went. So this group is Maxime, or this one here on the screen. Yeah, we've got Maxime winning. Wow.
So
Maxime and
Adams qualify from Group 2.
And Alex Golding doing really well.
Very impressive
well.
by Alex Golding. Yeah,
very, very impressive.
Finishing ahead of Andrew Hong and Amit, which you wouldn't necessarily expect.
And I will say Alex Golding finished with a very, very, very strong tiebreak yesterday. It was quite a packed group with lots of players that potentially could win, but Alex seemed to have the toughest ride, and he did very well. He did very, very well yesterday. So well played to Alex. And let's see the next group.
So next group, by virtue of that draw, Gawain goes through, as does Stephenson.
And Luke just misses out. So maybe I think if Gawain had lost, maybe Luke might have stuck through on tiebreak somehow.
Head-to-heads.
But okay, very, very strong. Very, very, very strong. And let's see the final group. This group we were just talking about before,
Again,
and Vidit
very
just
tough,
gets through.
And Vidit, and then Smirin by tiebreak.
Very nice. Very, very nice. Well, I think we'll take a short break now as they sort of recover, and we'll be back with the key qualifying matches in the head-to-heads knockout. Awesome. All right, so we're back with George, very strong player, for the commentary of the final group stage with all the winners and the second place players from the group. So let's see. So MVL has been dubbed the manager's favorite player here. So Lord Malcolm thinks Maxime is going to do the job here, but okay, let's see. So we get a Rossalimo, very trendy, very, very nice stuff. Okay. Simple, 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 simple. And okay, I think this is all looking pretty standard. And okay, here we go. So we got this position. What do you think, George? Who would you prefer? Who would you take?
I like the space for white, and I'm trying to learn the Rossalimo. So
okay, so you're
I'm choosing to do this for some reasons that are slightly beyond my comprehension.
Yes, King's Indian attack. Keep it simple. But in this position, we're not worried about takes. I see a flurry of hand movements. Smirin is very calm, extremely calm. He's nothing really phases him. But this bishop is extremely strong on the open diagonal. But okay, let's see if there's something slightly more spicy. I'm very interested in Adams versus Firouzja. This is a real clash of styles, these two. So let's see how this one started. So Adams with a solid e4. And there we go. He's absolutely loving this setup. He must have done some analysis on it, because he's always playing with this queen a5 and all kinds of strange things. But let's see. So we get this. Okay, so now this is just a very standard sort of Philidor position. And knight g5. Mickey has done his preparation. Of course, I think the idea is if we take, is there some
Queen h5?
Looks pretty interesting, but okay.
Yeah, wasn't there a chance to sack the exchange when we tuned in? But
there might be. Let's see. So we've got all of this. Now we're just slightly better with the bishops. We're slightly better because maybe we castle queenside, but let's see.
Well, space and development's not to be.
And there we go.
Shunned. So yeah, avoids.
Yeah, and he's just slightly better. Of course, knight g6 would be a terrible move, not only allowing this, but also rook takes g6 with the pin. I mean, this feels very nice. Maybe even we can start to expand on the king side. White is just a little bit better in many different ways, which is kind of where you want to be. He's also quite a bit ahead in time, although Mr. Firouzja is a bit of a speed demon.
Yeah, I think he's been known to play a couple of games of bullet in the evening.
Yes, I think so.
He'll be all right.
I think so. All right, well, let's jump in to see how Gwain's doing. All right, Gwain. So, okay, a dragon. Okay, Gwain, famous for playing the dragon way back in the day. Yeah, here, I mean, I've been looking at playing some h5 and knight takes d4, bishop h6. This stuff is quite trendy. I think some of the computers are quite liking it. At least my Stockfish 16 is very keen on it. But okay, and this is very standard. And I've been looking into knight takes, queen takes, and there is this huge long forcing sequence, which I think is all just equal. But black is, black is the one that has to prove that they know their sequences, although white always has some interesting, mate threats on their own king. But okay, this is very standard. Okay, Gwain surely knows his theory very deeply here. And okay, I think black is basically just saying, you're a little bit weak.
Always play king b1? Oh, no, not that.
Although king b2, he's just dropped a pawn out of nowhere. He's just dropped a pawn. Okay,
no, surely black.
I think Gwain is going to do the business here. Let's see, Firouzja is down to 10 seconds, less than 10 seconds. He's just got to make moves at this point. So let's see. What do we think? Okay.
H5 put the bishop on, or A5 put the bishop on A6.
Yeah, bishop A6. But
well, I mean, obviously hangs the pawn at the moment.
Always blundering this
pawn. Now.
Bishop C4, A3, take, king B2. I don't know. I can see some counterplay coming. Maybe bishop B3 was not the play.
A bit hasty.
That's just a pawn though. He's just a healthy pawn up with a huge time advantage. Although this knight will start to jump. But where it will jump to is yet to be found. Yeah, I mean, this is very unpleasant. Very, very, very unpleasant. The more pieces that get traded, the better. Let's see if there are any other games.
Mickey obviously showed he's quite decent on low time.
Yes.
The other day.
No, Mickey is strong.
Shaq.
Mickey, I think, has a very high blitz rating. Yeah, still 2,700 plus.
I had the pleasure of losing to him in a blitz game in the Bunratty online blitz in the COVID years.
Very nice.
I was totally equal until I hung my queen. Yeah.
You're equal until you're not. All right, well, let's stick with this game for a little bit. Let's see his techniques. Let's see how he harvests this.
Bishop b6 would control knight squares, but I guess it's unnecessary.
I'm thinking just a very mechanical rook in.
Yeah.
And rook a7 will come, which will be very effective. And we'll just scoop up the pawn.
Get the pawn and then push the pawns. Past pawns must be pushed.
They must indeed. They must. I think he's won. I think. Oh no, the time. He's just surely he's scooping these up. I think even Fallujah is going to struggle. Although maybe there'll be some bullet pre-moves happening. This is the thing over the board. You can't fool Mickey over the board. That's a very professional. That's very professional to scoop up the f pawn. And this a pawn he will return whenever he feels like it. This will be a great win, a really great win if he gets over the line.
Massive 4.3.
If
4.5?
I think with a stronger computer, it might even give mate in 40.
Yeah.
I think this is horrible. He can even push. I mean, he can do anything. He doesn't need to do anything.
Is there anything going on in the other games? I think we can assume.
Yeah, let's have a look at Nikita's game. Feels pretty tense. Okay, I mean, I prefer black with the two bishops, very solid king.
What else?
But okay. Now, let's move to Queen 1, which is very nice. Let's see how Maxime is getting on in a rook endgame. Okay, anything can happen here as they're both down to about 1 second.
Rook d5, surely?
And it looks like Smirin has just flagged, actually.
Oh, there you
go. But Maxime is definitely holding the better position here. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Now let's move to Nikita. This seems to be the last game that is still going on. All right, very tense. Nikita always has his hand on his face, never showing his true emotions. And the king will slide in. Knight g3 could jump out, and it's just scanning the board for undefended pieces. King g6, h. Yeah. Knight. I don't know. The knight always feels more annoying somehow, but I could just be addicted to bullet chess. So
takes knight g2.
But
then what? You can't really get that pawn.
No, this
letting the king
the bishop pair will end up proving itself
on
an open board.
b3 and will the bishop pair. But then
can we reroute this bishop? But the king is always strong. This is the
king
thing.
Can't ever leave the f pawn, and then the h pawn hangs. So.
Yeah. No, I think Vidit is finessing, is doing this very nicely.
Yeah.
Very nicely. Yeah, if you move the king away from f1, bishop f1, and bishop takes a3, this is very difficult. Very difficult position.
Okay, some action on the board.
Yeah.
There's still dark squared bishop.
We'll get a flurry of moves very quickly. But it's not so easy to find the way to win. You know, you can't trade the bishop so easily. Takes, drops the f-pawn, which may drop the h-pawn. Positions like this very unpleasant with just 1 second. You feel some sort of burden to win.
Could there be some way to transfer the light squared bishop to h3? No, because the dark squared bishop controls e5.
This is not easy at all. I think he does have your idea in mind, but every time he moves the king, he'll drop an f-pawn. I don't know. I think maybe this could just be equal. There might be some way to win.
But now the f-pawn's not hanging. Oh, but the knight's obviously not in g2.
Yeah, I think this is very difficult. This is very difficult. Maybe
Can you move the king now that the h-pawn is harder to attack with the knight?
Very difficult. Very difficult position. Also, now both of them are sucked into a crazy time control. Oh, that's a pawn. But maybe we have this. Or maybe we're just taking the f-pawn now. I mean, there could be some situation where you sack for this pawn and you leave them with the wrong colored bishop. I don't know. But it just...
Can you not... Oh, check. No pushing.
Let's see. Very difficult. Strangely, Nikita is the one.
Of course, can't snap off the knight and have opposite colored bishops.
No. Nothing. Not so easy. It's just whoever can hold their nerves at this point. Long tournament. Can we trade? Can we trade and just park the knight here?
Looks like...
I don't know. Doesn't look so easy. Yeah. But now he cannot take.
Wrong coloured.
But now
corners
he
as well.
can't take because after bishop takes, the bishop returns. Yeah, he might struggle now.
Surely the bishop wins that.
Not easy. Not easy at all. Yeah, I mean, he's trying to break the connection. But yeah, and now it's all a matter of can we get back in time, which I think we can. From the live video feed, Nikita looks very calm. He looks like a man who knows that this is a draw.
Yeah.
And if a2, then knight to c1.
And knight to draw.
Yeah, we have very, very, very simple play. And there we go, it ends in a peaceful draw. Unless someone has flagged. Oh no. Is that a draw? It's hard to tell.
Wait a second, now
it's black wins now.
Black wins, yeah.
Black is winning.
No knight a2.
Yeah. But you're too slow. You've lost your knight. Crazy. Crazy. The computer was indicating this was a draw for a long time, strangely, but okay. Crazy. All right, so let's do a recap of the round. So who did well? So Maxime won with black, pretty strong. Black is doing well. And Mickey with a strong win, beating the highest rated player, 28-70. Gwaine winning a very, very, very nice dragon, just getting a strong middle game and just winning a pawn and then winning the game. All right, let's see the pairings for next round. I don't know what the turnaround of the rounds are here. We might just take a short 1 minute break, 2 minute break, and get some more information from the organizers. Thank you, George, for coming along.
Pleasure.
Beautiful.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the London Chess Classic Super Blitz Round 2. You've got the scores of the players are visible on screen as well, so you can see who won in the previous round. First game we're looking at is
Maxime versus Gwaine.
Maxime versus Gwaine. So we've got former world Blitz champion Maxime Vachier-Lagrave from France against British champion, winner of the London Chess Classic, Gwaine Jones.
This looks like a pretty good park.
No, this looks to me like it was a Rai Lopez Steinitz that Gwaine's been playing quite a lot. He's managed to get the white bishops off. He's got a queenside pawn majority. The tricky thing for black here is that if white goes d5, the knight on b4 can become very vulnerable. In fact, it can be vulnerable even now. So now it hops into d3, but where's it going to emerge to is the question.
Yeah, maybe.
So it's going to be very interesting.
Can he be greedy?
Well, he must be tempted actually to.
Why not?
To bag it. Yeah, I don't know. Knight b2, queen b3. Maybe there's
queen b5.
Queen b5, maybe.
Yeah, you take.
You can come out via a4, no? Followed by b5. It's a pawn.
Yeah, and also actually a4 can come to c5 now.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and there it is. It's gone to a4.
Very strong.
So I would say black is doing actually really well here. I mean, one other possibility, Jonathan, is something like b5, knight b6 to c4. Maybe if you arrow that one up, that would be unpleasant. And black also has simple moves like rook e8 to improve his position. So this just looks very, very, very good news for Gwaine.
All right.
He's gained a tempo on the queen. Actually, why don't we stay with this one just a little bit longer? I just want to see how much of an advantage Gwaine gets. I mean, knight b2 to c4, for example, now, or d5. Yeah. Seems like a very, very nice move.
Lots of easy moves.
But knight b2 is a nice, easy move, which he's played. Now the knight comes to c4. We'll get pawn into b5.
Yeah,
rook will come to e8, and black is a pawn up. Okay, we'll hop back to this one as the knight is hopping.
All right, well, let's have a look at this. Let's see how this one started. Nikita against Ilian. So nice French defense.
Okay, all
very standard. Okay. Strange the computer doesn't like rook e1. It just seems completely normal.
Well, it's a normal chess move. Yeah. It's fine. We don't care what it thinks.
And b3, okay.
Yeah, very sensible. White's going to just develop his pieces and try and stop black's two pawns. What black wants to do is to get his two pawns moving up the board. White wants to restrain him. This actually looks quite comfortable for black. I mean, I'd be saying minus 0.5 or something.
It's almost -2 somehow. There must be some tactical reason.
Oh, there's some tactic. Yeah, there's a tactic.
Perhaps it is this. And
maybe
actually
this
you're
is
really
it.
struggling.
Yeah. No, White's misplayed it. He's allowed black to completely dominate the position.
Yeah, I mean...
Where's the knight going? He's going to have to... But he can't defend it. If he goes queen e3, queen d3 is
This bishop is suddenly very weak now. Very bad.
And the bishop, terrible piece. And now you're going to see, as you say, queen's going to come into d5 maybe, threatening pawn to e4.
Yeah.
Ooh,
even
it's
rook e8.
Excruciating. Well, not quite threatening pawn. Yeah, threatening pawn to e4.
I mean, this is horrible. Yeah, rook e8, very simple. Now, even this is a huge play. h5, perhaps.
Just wondering now whether we go full megalomaniac or knight's coming into f4.
Yeah, this is horrible. It's horrible. Queen d5, all sorts of nonsense.
And black still hasn't deployed his queen's rook, so...
Yeah. No, this is very, very, very dangerous. All right, let's jump to Fallujah. Seems to be some action going on here.
Wow. Maybe from the top so we can just get a bit of context?
Classic. Very easy opening.
The popular Blitz opening, it's basically...
And now you're basically just playing a Tartakova as black.
As black, but
you're a move
with an
ahead.
extra tempo.
Yeah. And you also get this...
Sorry, you're playing a Queen's Gambit accepted, actually, not a Tartakova.
Not yet?
No.
With the b6?
No, there's a white bishop on g5 in a Tarkova. d3. Take me back there. This is an interesting move from Ali Reza. So
he's just trying to execute the break.
Because, well, normally you would go c4 here.
Yeah.
Normally you would play c4. But he wants to go c3 and b4. It's interesting. Let's see it. Let's see what happens.
And now he's out.
There we go. He's trying to put pressure on b6. And there we see the idea. Threats on b6 and g7. How did Black react to that?
And that's just a pawn.
It looks like
2 pawns.
Wow. That's really powerful stuff. There we are, a nice move. So that if rook takes bishop, rook takes d8 mate, or rook takes rook, rook takes rook, rook takes bishop, rook d8 and mates. So Ali Reza is 2 pawns up. He's just cleaned him out. That was powerful chess.
Yeah, that was very smooth.
Really super powerful chess from Ali Reza.
And now even rook
A5
rook there would be a blunder, as you would lose your rook. But everything is
might still be winning actually.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah. And he just takes. Oh yeah. Hoovers everything out, and that will be a queen.
Insisting on being 3 pawns up.
And
yeah?
they're
Time
already,
to resign.
They are setting up the board now.
What a wipeout! What a wipeout! Next game.
Mickey lost. Let's see how Mickey lost. It was a very, very, very quick round. So in an Italian, just maneuvering the pieces.
Okay, let's see. Still theory, this actually. It's all theory. Yep. Okay, my theory sort of ran out, but it might still be theory. Okay, let's slow down here. Let's slow down here. So we get to a point. Go back 2 moves. Go back to knight h5, please. So knight h5 is unpleasant because if the queen moves, the knight will take on e5 and ruin the pawns. So Mickey swapped.
That's very smart.
Let's slow down now.
Maybe queen g. No, we have to stay on our rook.
Yep.
Knight g6 inbound.
Threatens knight g6 check. And that's annoying. You see, that's a favorable pawn structure change because essentially Black would have liked to have gone e5, forcing the white knight back, and if knight d5 just takes. But now White has all the space on the king side forever. And so Black's probably got to play d5 at some point, and then White will go g3, h4, h5.
Oof.
And it can also feed his pieces over there, as we can see, because of the space.
Yeah.
It's because of the mobility that he has.
And that pawn
and
is
now he's
dead.
getting outnumbered on the king side.
Ooh, that's not nice.
Ooh,
that was a very simple game.
Remarkable
actually.
how quickly that happened.
All right,
okay, Smirin's still going.
Let's jump into the final game. Almost mate.
Black has won a pawn, which seems to me to be a small price to pay for Smirin, considering what a terrible position he had. Look at that knight on f4.
Huge control.
And that c2 is indefensible, yeah? c2 is completely indefensible. All you have to do is tickle it, and it will fall over. There you go.
That's game over.
That's game over.
Wow.
Wow.
And they're already setting up the board. Very strong play by Nikita.
Okay, do we have the standings?
So, a few players on 2. So, Gwaine and Vidit. Nikita, having lost his first game, is on 1. So, only 2 players. Gwaine and Vidit are on 2 out of 2.
And Ali Reza has 1.
Yes. Ali Reza with 1.
And remember, everyone, it's best of 7. 8 player all play all. Gwaine Jones remains at the head of the London Chess Classic.
Very
okay, we'll take a break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to round 3.
So we're back with round 3 with Gawain playing against Faruja. Very strong pairing here.
Okay, this could be crucial for the outcome of the first place. And I see Nikita Vityugov's playing Vachier Legrave.
England versus France.
And Mickey Adams is playing Ilya Smirin. Okay, so where are we here? There's a material imbalance already. So Faruja's sacrificed a pawn. I guess allowing bishop takes c6 check and queen takes d4 or something. Yep. And in return, he's got some compensation based on the 2 bishops and the weakness of the white king. But if the queens come off, I don't actually see the compensation that clearly. The other issue is that the black queenside pawns are quite weak.
Yeah.
So even if white loses the c4 pawn, black's still got weak pawns. Knight a5 allows bishop b4, so that's probably not a good idea. But simply bishop e3, as you say, Jonathan, is a nice tempo, and then maybe a knight to d2 to defend the c-pawn, for example. Yeah, it feels better for white somehow.
Maybe bishop b4 now? Looks a little bit
Ooh, that looks
annoying.
a little bit annoying.
And bishop f5, start to...
Yeah, those two. We've had two knights defending each other in the World Championship match. I think it was game 7. And two knights defending each other is not great.
Now, the two bishops will be very strong here. Very strong.
No, maybe we'll wait here and see if he finds bishop b4. Or maybe there's another move. I mean, I'm a little bit worried about any move of the knight followed by bishop f6. It's also fairly terrifying.
Yes.
Although bishop a3 might be a move against that. I don't know. Maybe. Ooh, very risky. Very risky.
But he's slow on time.
No, he's...
If you let white settle, white will be doing all right here.
Yeah, I think white's problem though is it's not clear where he's moving the knight on d2.
Yeah.
It hasn't got a stable square.
Yeah, you go here, you get hit.
Yeah, it's
not so easy.
It looks unpleasant. It looks unpleasant for white, even though he's a pawn up. He's being slightly dominated. He's got a problem with his knight on b1. He's got a problem with his knight on d2, which is loose to the rook on d8. Which is loose to the rook on d8. Yep, there you go. Bishop b4 coming in.
And bishop g4 is not a problem because of f3.
F3, but white needs a tempo to play a3.
Yeah.
Right? He needs a tempo. So black's next move has got to be incisive, and there it is.
Yeah, very strong move.
Very, very strong move. Attacking the rook.
Rook e3 not an option. No, you
Rook e3 is gruesome. I mean, apart from losing a piece, it's just structurally disastrous. Question is there a move for white here? Oh dear. Oh, what a disaster. Gosh, goodness me. Black should be able to just win as he pleases because white can't develop any pieces. Is it? Okay, how do we break this up? Is it bishop f5? Is that the start? Or just... No, he just activates another piece and says...
You can't move.
You can't move.
a3?
A3, maybe... Bishop c5, coming into d4 and threatening in some positions knight exactly. And the knight can't move because of rook d1 mate. Oh, what a disaster.
Yeah, this...
I wouldn't be surprised if this was over in a few moves.
Yeah, it's -5 according to the computer here.
What a disaster.
Yeah, very,
no,
very,
b3 was a bit injudicious, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
No,
Okay.
he's got no sensible moves. Let's move to another game. I think we'll bury that one. Right.
Let's see Nikita
against the former World Blitz champion. We got a trump. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, strange.
Very unusual opening.
I like black here. I think this is better for black.
I don't understand why white did not exchange the dark bishop, Sir Jonathan.
Yeah.
If you could just go back a few moves.
In this position,
In this position, it would just play bishop e7. It must be a little bit better for
But
white.
then queen takes castles, queenside. Things are flowing quite nicely for black.
I'm not scared. I'm not remotely scared about that.
Well,
No,
then you
but
are braver than Nikita.
Yeah, but now this feels nice for black. The two bishops are really working. Okay, one of them's coming off, but...
Now this is okay, surely.
Yeah. Now h5. Yep, exactly. h5, h4. We'll get some play on the king side.
Are we just bringing all the pieces?
I think we're bringing everyone to the party. We're bringing
that's a
everyone to the
clever
party.
move.
But white is still very solid.
Yeah.
He's still very solid. I guess the black queen is going to try and make its way over to the king side at some point. Like now, queen h8 check.
But if the queens come off, then white is slightly better, yeah?
If the queens come off, black has to be a little bit wary of the move g4.
Yeah, and
at
these
some
pawns
point.
are a little bit weak.
Yeah, or even the move f3 actually can be potentially a bit annoying. Because one of the issues is that black's got a structural weakness that can't be resolved.
Yeah.
So if you highlight those 3 pawns on the king side, that cannot be solved. The only way that can be solved is if somehow pawns are exchanged and it's very favorable for black. So if, say, a g pawn came off for an f pawn, but white's not going to do that
But we
unless it's
think
very favorable.
probably a draw here. But let's jump to Adams. This is a big game because I think Mickey is on 2 out of 2.
Yeah, and if Mickey could get to 3 out of 3, he'd be very well placed.
No, Mickey Mickey lost to Vidit.
Oh, he lost to Vidit, sorry, he's on 1 out of 2, pardon me.
But okay, you feel like you need to score more than 5 in order to win this. So
Okay, so there's a little bit of a cheapo here. If g5, rook takes f4, knight takes f4, knight d2 check would pick up the rook on b3.
Which he spots.
But Mickey looks to me to be
just a clear pawn up.
A clear pawn up, unless now there's so maybe rook e1 now, trying to cause some trouble.
Maybe
rook d1.
Maybe knight here, and we're just winning another pawn.
That's a nice idea.
So rook here. I don't know. Rook there. Maybe we just start to push.
Rook d3. I was going to say rook b5. Now...
How can we get the knight here and play rook takes b6?
Can't we just go knight d5?
Yeah.
Why isn't that just very strong? Defends the bishop, wins the pawn. Yeah.
See a lot of captures. Knight takes b2.
But then we're going to push.
We're
going to push. Now that we've activated our rook and we've got the king away from g8, we're just going to charge that pawn down the board.
And it's not so easy for this rook to swing back as well.
Gosh, what's going on? Oh my God, he's blundered terribly. He's blundered terribly. He's allowed a terrible fork. Ay, 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 and it's actually suddenly resigns. In one move, Mickey's gone from winning to losing. In one move. Yep, this is just over.
Yeah, this is GG.
Ay, ay, ay. Okay, this is too painful.
Let's
go to another
check
game.
On Maxime. Maxime has found a way to win with the opposition. And the king is going to outflank. Let's
see how he did that.
See how this happens.
To me, this is a miracle.
Yeah.
But he managed to engineer an exchange of queens somehow. And he got the bishop off for the knight. I mean, that was a real bonus.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Let's go back. It could be quite instructive. Keep going.
He was just happy to allow.
Keep going. No, back to the position where he's got the structural weakness. So, if you remember, the last thing I said here, Jonathan, was that white is never going to go g4 because that solves all black's problems.
And he did.
And it solved all black's problems. Yeah, now our bishop is better than the knight, and there are no pawn structure problems. Yeah. So now you just go f5, or this is just nice for black.
And e4, queen e5.
Queen e5 and b5, right? Queen e5 and b5 positionally is very strong, because white will end up potentially with a weak pawn on a4 or c4, or black will be able to go b4. Oh, now he's just
bringing the queen in.
Now he's just infiltrating, threatening mate in 1.
So maybe in this position he just had to leave the queen. Maybe he just sits.
Maybe he just goes queen g1 and waits or something, or queen e2 and waits, or maybe king h. No, king h2, king h4.
You have to be careful of queen f3.
Yeah.
But actually, maybe it's nothing if we just sit. No.
No. Was f4 check legal? No, that's probably very bad too. Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't like it.
No.
There's clearly some move that survives, but it's a very in Blitz with no time on the clock.
You're basically lost.
Always keep the spare tempo. Beautiful.
Yes, a5 was a very useful move. Very useful
always
move.
Keep the spare tempo.
All right, so let's look at one more game from this round and see what happened. So we got round 4. Let's see Vidit. Okay, so Vidit drew, which puts Vidit at the top with 2.5. Maxime is on 2, Gwaine is on 2, and Firouzja is on 2, and everyone else is on 1, but Stefansson gets his first draw.
But we've got real daylight here. Yeah, we've got Vidit, Maxim, Vashivillogrov, Gwaine, and Ali Reza now ahead of the field
by about a full point.
Yeah, by a full point. So we've got the haves and the have-nots, as they say in the in the league table. So for the purposes of the broadcast and all you listening out there and watching out there, we're going to be moving this tournament forward quite quickly. The players have said that they don't want to have particularly long breaks, so we're going to be probably carrying on, fairly quickly. So I suggest actually what we do is maybe go through a game or two that was played and go through it reasonably slowly, since we have to commentate so quickly at Blitz.
Yeah.
I'm just going to have this fortifying glass of wine while you select a game.
All right. So let's have a look at this one. Let's see the start of. Well, we looked at the Gwaine game. Well, let's stay on this game. Let's see how it progressed.
And this is
Stefansson against Vidit.
So Vidit was black. You look at the position; it seems that white is doing perfectly well.
Yep.
He's got 2 bishops, but black has suddenly become quite active. And this in Blitz, this is really annoying. So just a move which is a bit sort of
controlling.
Out there.
Yeah.
It makes you think, makes you worry what the next one. Now there's a structural weakness, but it should still be not a problem. Knight b1, what a good move. I didn't see that. I thought he was going to have to go knight c4 and allow an exchange and a draw.
But
on
surely
c4.
rook c1 and c4, and maybe we can even be doing well, but maybe rook c1 b5.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But does e4 win a piece? Show why e4 doesn't win a piece. It's quite interesting. So go b5. Oh, okay. That doesn't matter. Say e4 now. Oh no, knight takes c3 is good here. But go back, and play b5.
b5, and you want e4.
E4.
Can I not just
takes rook takes b1
and take again?
And take on f3, hitting the rook. Yeah.
And it's very nasty.
So he went rook c8.
Okay.
Okay, I think that they've started the next one already. As I said, we're moving along pretty quickly.
Yeah, well, let's just jump in straight into the next round. All right, so we are round number 4. All right, so let's see the top board, all French affair. This is very trendy.
Derby game. Le Derby.
This
okay,
queen,
a little
queen
bit slowly.
F3
Okay,
and...
Queen F3, the trendy move against the time on-off.
Yes.
H5 is a very typical move. Go back, please. Just want to explain one point. So the idea of H5, first of all, it stops G4. And secondly, it's designed to harass the white queen when it goes to the G3 square. The interesting thing is that white goes G3 anyway, queen G3 anyway, I think. And now if black takes, there have been a lot of games, if you played queen takes G3, H takes G3, where there's just a little bit of pressure on the H file.
Yeah.
White has a little bit more space, and it's a slightly nagging edge, as you say, bishop E2 hitting the pawn. So black goes for a Shaven-Ingen type structure.
And the queen is quite annoying here. No?
Oh, it's incredibly annoying. No, I mean, this is unbelievably annoying. This is the whole point of the idea.
Here, castle's queen side.
Black's king will probably stay in the middle now for quite a long time.
Yeah.
But the point is, with the interpolation of H4, H5, H4, you can always answer F4 with knight G4. That's terribly important. So actually, H4 by white, that's a little concession, actually, in a way.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's very, very sharp, though. Black's bishop on E7 can't move. His rook on H8 is stuck, so he'll need to go B5, bishop B7, rook C8, try and make some counterplay that way.
Yeah.
And play his Sicilian moves.
And you would say there's a lot riding on each game. For everyone who's sort of dropped a point already, you're not going to win this with 5 out of 7. It's not
5.5, maybe.
5.5 will probably win it, but you would be shocked if you get a straight win with 5. You may have to share quite a few places. So each game is very, very important at the minute. But let's jump to Nikita versus
I suppose we
Nikki.
should point out, by the way, that we have the trophy. Here it is. This is the London Chess Classic Blitz trophy.
Which hopefully we don't drop.
Which hopefully we don't drop. And hopefully makes it to the closing dinner. Oh, so now this is a Verisov opening. No, it's not, because the knight went to D2.
It's a
Tory attack. Yep.
Yeah, and these positions in Blitz are very annoying. Once you get this clamp with F4, the computer thinks it's just equal, but it requires, kind of looks a little bit like a London.
You can't really do F4 now with the bishop on G3. It looks a bit silly.
And there we go.
But you've managed to get the bishop, get rid of the bishop, so you can. Yep.
Very, very, very route 1 chess. Very easy.
This is always just somewhat better for white strategically.
Yeah.
You know, at some point, white can either attack, or you can change plan, take on E4, and play with a knight against a slightly inferior bishop.
Yeah.
It's just having that ability to change plans puts strategic pressure on black. Now, A6 could be annoying, but if you go rook B8, well, takes and rook A7 could be extremely annoying.
Yeah.
Well, this is a very difficult position to play for Mickey. I think if he goes rook A7, I think he should play something like knight D6. Keep the knight actually on the board. Black needs his knight. Just strategically. Oh, it's gone. Too late. Too late. This is what I said. At some point, concretely, white can do this.
Is F5 on the cards or not yet?
F5 will probably just take it and go F6. I don't think
and
we
then
care.
Queen C4, Bishop D5, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And rook A8? We just bring the other rook.
Rook A1, takes,
and Queen A6 eventually.
Yeah. No, it's better not to give black a queen and knight against queen and bishop. Keeping the rooks on at least gives black more chances to mix it up a bit. Black wants to play F6 at some point.
Yes.
Don't know when, but when it doesn't allow kind of knight C4 winning B6.
Yeah.
It's just unpleasant though.
Yeah, very nasty.
Very hard to play a position like this accurately.
All right, well, let's
move
jump
after
in.
move after move. Even though the computer says it's equal, by the way, the chess.com assessments.
Yes,
It's a very shallow engine though, this, so we don't really pay too much attention to it.
He's fighting. All right, let's check in on Gwaine, because this is a very important game. Gwaine versus Vidit. Vidit leading the tournament at
All
the
right,
minute.
show us the missing
Gwaine
moves,
is
Jonathan.
hunting.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. So
King's Indian. Hooray!
H6.
Same as against Shreyas. That was move he played against Shreyas.
Well, apparently H6 is the top engine move at the minute.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Yep. This is all very much theory. Bishop takes G5. Never.
Maybe he's just looking to hop. I don't know.
No, that's no good. Oh, it's very comfortable for black.
Very risky in Blitz to play this way.
Wow, this is King's Indian heaven.
Yeah, this looks very pleasant.
This is King's Indian heaven. Black's better here, I think.
Maybe just bishop d7.
Bishop d7 and double rooks on the e file and play on, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is just very, very nice. In particular, white does not want to have a pawn on a4. Bishop can sit on c5 now, defending the d6 pawn. This is heaven for black.
Yeah, f3, and we're very weak here.
Don't want to go f3.
But this bishop is huge.
It's a monster.
Can you even
It's
go
an
c5?
absolute
No,
monster.
maybe just bishop c5.
You're
Keep
just gonna-
it safe.
Black can build at leisure. Yeah, he can build at leisure. So he can go king g7. He's got the g5 break to try and play on the h file. He's got rook e6. Got rook a to e8. And then white's got to keep an eye out for either maybe d5 at some point, or maybe we can prepare f5 at some point. Black's got all the pawn breaks. What pawn break has white got? Hasn't got anything.
Yeah.
This is absolutely heavenly position for black. Just, yeah, king g7, as I said, just easy moves. King f1 getting it away potentially from the h-file attack.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, it's a bit annoying. Slightly
Time-wise, also, Vidit's run out, got 18 seconds against Gwain's 50.
If the queen ever does take bishop on f2, very strong move.
Yeah, I think we're getting ready for g5.
Yes.
We're getting ready for g5. There we have it. Gosh, and he had to play h5. Is he hoping to win the g4 pawn on the rebound or something? Yeah, he was. He was, but queen e6 defends it. Even if you don't. That's even if you're bothered, to be honest. But he defends it. Oh, yes, that's coming. Yeah. And if bishop takes, queen takes, followed by rook h1 mate is the threat.
Yes.
Oh, this is enormous for black. No, I mean, white played this just very badly, actually. Extremely badly. He made a lot of what you would call, positional mistakes in the King's Indian. So Gwain can win the middle game or the end game. I think he's just going to go put his pawn on f3 and end the game. Pawn to f3 just wins. f4, f3 just wins. But it's going to have to play f3 himself, which will undouble black's pawns. And it's just gruesome. Put the bishop on e3. As soon as you're ready, the bishop goes to e3. Pawn g3, bishop e3, d5, game over.
Yeah.
Simple
Very,
chess.
very, very nice game.
Wow, perfect King's Indian. Absolutely perfect King's Indian.
And all of a sudden, Mickey is winning, or better. Out of nowhere. Let's see how this happened.
Oh, he managed to get the bishop active.
So eventually he played f6.
And did he manage to play f6? Yeah, no, strategically this is what you have to do, yeah?
And h5, and suddenly this best piece went to the worst piece.
Yeah.
Wow.
Slow down a bit. And now what, h4 or get the rook active maybe?
And he's suddenly...
Yeah, just get the rook active and win with the b-pawn. That would be the plan.
Yeah, that's a nice trick.
Yep. Ooh, not very sociable. Maybe knight f2 now? Or?
Maybe even bishop here was slightly stronger, but okay.
Right.
These are all going. And e3.
And is that where we're at?
We've whizzed through quite a lot.
I think Mickey should have made this slightly easier, actually, but anyway. Right, time to get the pawns going. Come on.
Yeah, the king is slightly paralyzed where he is.
No, he didn't. It's Blitz. It's difficult to play it well.
And now it's a draw.
It's the draw. Wow, Nikita managed to escape somehow. Mickey will be ruining that missed opportunity. And now it's just Villador's position, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very simple.
So you just wait for the pawn to get to... and then at some point you can just give checks.
And it's a draw. There we go. So...
Yeah, Mickey
yeah.
must be regretting that. He was under terrible pressure, but he managed to turn it around and should have won the game. So what's happening in the Derby game?
So this finished as a draw.
Let's have a look at all the moves slowly. So f3...
Castle's kingside, wow.
Wow. Well, now after that, you can actually, yeah, and black can just go g6 at some point and be fine.
Okay. This looks very good for white.
Yeah, something's gone wrong.
And now
Just looks like it. Just
will
looks
swing
like
back round.
black might just lose a pawn. I mean, the white knight's just going to go to d5 a second time.
Wow.
Whoa! Oh, let's show that.
You don't wish to take because you
knight
will
d5.
end up in a bit of trouble.
Woo!
I mean, maybe you don't even have to take immediately, or
I'm just doing it. Yeah.
And bishop takes.
Queen d8. Or bishop g2 maybe, but
it doesn't like.
That probably loses another tempo, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. So queen d8, and now f6, and that's mate. I think queen g5 maybe first, but I don't think it really matters.
Yeah, horrible.
Rook takes
horrible.
f1 even. Yeah.
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 Wow. Very, very, very nice. But okay, this didn't obviously didn't happen. So now knight f3, bishop back, b3.
Oh, black's got counterplay.
Yeah. And now all the pieces will come off.
Still not easy. I mean, white's king is quite vulnerable.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, this is not easy to make a draw for white here. But he managed it. He got into a queen ending and managed it.
That's nice.
Yeah, okay. With a d pawn, you're going to survive. Just about, yeah? Just about.
And now it's a draw.
Yeah. Even if black wins the h pawn, the c pawn is
very dangerous.
Is more than a match because it's already on the fourth rank.
Yep. Nice.
Okay, so let's see the standings at the end of round 4.
So at the minute we have Gawain as the sole leader with 3, and followed closely by Maxime, Vidit, and Firouzja.
So everyone, and Vidit lost, of course, to Gawain. So that's turned the standings on their heads, and Gawain is out in front.
So I would say only really the top 4 now have a chance to win. Yeah, but we'll have to see.
Yep. They are back soon.
Yeah, now we're on round 5.
Round 5.
Let's jump in.
3 to play. Gwaine Jones out in front on 3 points. And we're looking at Mickey against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. It looks to me like it was another of those queen takes d4 Sicilians where...
Maybe a bishop b5.
I think it was queen takes d4.
There we go.
There you go. Yep. Followed by queen e3. Wow, we've just had the drinks. Thank you very much. And this position is not totally dissimilar to what happened in Mickey's game against Andrew Hong.
Where he went for some b3.
He went b3, and actually I think he was doing very, very well against Andrew at one point. He could have given up the exchange. But the plan for white is always knight d5. It's always knight d5.
Very easy to play.
Yeah, very simple chess. And slightly annoying for black, potentially, without being particularly threatening.
Yeah. Nothing too scary.
Oh, but Maxime's got a specific idea with that move.
Maybe knight here is very, very annoying, potentially.
Yeah, could go into a...
But also we're potentially dropping a pawn. No, after knight here.
Yeah, d5 is loose.
It's not
Rook c5 might come.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think we can actually defend the pawn. Doesn't look possible. Rook c5.
I mean, rook c5, b4, knight c4.
Yeah.
And the pawn's still weak.
It's very unpleasant.
Well, this is actually... There's kind of a general point here, which is that when Mickey beat Shreyas in this structure, Shreyas didn't manage to play b5. I don't think he appreciated how important it was. And this meant that he didn't have this sort of counterplay.
Yeah.
And Mickey was just able to play completely untroubled on the king side.
Yeah.
Whereas here, black's got an awful lot more counterplay. An awful lot more.
Well, let's jump in and see how Gwaine is doing, as he is the top dog at the minute. So this is quite a big game for Gwaine, because after this...
Oh, let's play this from the top, shall we?
After this, Gwaine still has to play Nikita and Adam. So let's see. So, a double fianchetto, very underrated.
Keeping it solid. Now it's...
And I think you can even push the pawn all the way if you want, but there's probably no need. And there we go.
Wow, what a mess of a pawn structure. But it is a pawn. Bishops come off, I guess. Okay. Gosh.
Wow.
And that's allowing queen takes e3 check?
Maybe at the end we have this.
Well, no, if the knight stays on g4. But there is a bishop takes c6 at the end, which could be annoying. What about knight takes e3? Surely that's the crucial move here.
Knight takes e3. Well, this has all happened.
Oh, well, it's happened.
Gwaine doesn't look overly thrilled from the computer screen.
What are the pawns? Well, white's got an extra pawn if he's winning the exchange back.
And that is a bit weak.
f6 is a tempo. It's not weak, but it's a tempo.
Yeah. But, I mean, what do you have to do? You have to play bishop e6 and then takes, and it drops.
Yeah, it's a problem.
Yeah.
Is Gwaine just winning?
It looks like it. And
it looks like he's just been winning, just won this game. Oh, it's check. We missed that. But even so, it's still a pawn.
Yeah, the c-pawn can push. I mean, he doesn't even have to take.
Well, it's time to stabilize the knight, yeah? Let's stabilize the knight. Or is he going to whip it off? There's no need to whip it off. I would stabilize the knight first.
No rush.
Yeah. Maybe improve the rook as well. Nope, I was wrong. It was too enticing. Now you're c5, which allows kind of rook a4 to come in as well at some point. You know,
g4 is going.
He's maximum. Oh, that's very good. He's forced a big weakening of the king side there.
Very concrete.
That was clever. So black's pawns on the king side. Black's now going to have 3 isolated pawns against white's 4 isolated pawns. Yep.
Looks quite nice, this.
This is just a nice extra pawn, isn't it? There's also rook h4 maybe on the rebound at some point.
Yeah. No, this is not looking good.
He might be winning a second pawn if he plays his cards right here. But actually, why bother when you can just...
Yeah, and rook...
Ooh, there's a terrible threat now. Rook a4 is a terrible threat
very,
because a7 is indefensible.
And Mickey is now winning, apparently. So let's go and have a look over there.
So let's see all the moves. So we left it after knight a5. So bishop takes d5, pawn takes knight a5, bishop h6. So he lost a pawn.
but he went for the kill.
Knight f5 is a vague threat there. Rook takes e7 was a vague threat there.
Yes.
Oh, no, it wasn't. Sorry, forget that. Yes, it was, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now there's some big trick that happens at some point.
No, Black's winning. So, he's allowed a cheaper.
But
Oh, gosh, it's unlike
Wow.
Maxime to allow that, actually.
yeah.
Ooh, ouch.
And now actually,
And somehow the game continues, because it looked completely lost in the middle of that somewhere.
yeah.
But now the smoke is cleared, and Mickey's got a bishop and a pawn, probably becoming 2 pawns for a rook.
And a bit more time as well.
More time and a much safer king. It should be very good for white in practice, like it should be massive for white in practice. But black is now threatening to get into an ending, which is not what white is looking for at all.
No.
Probably just got to keep checking here. I mean, what I'd be trying to do here is be looking for some cheaper with knight takes h6, queen c5 to f8 check or something, and just go for some completely safe queen, bishop, and 6 against queen, rook, and 4 with a bad king.
Yeah.
And just play. You know, that's what I'd be trying to
I feel
organise
like
here.
a lot of moves are happening, but we're not getting them immediately. But okay. And Gwaine won, and as did Faruja. So standings are looking pretty good for Gwaine, but he's only a half point in the lead. Now this bishop is very
Mickey's got his
strong.
bishop to g2.
Very,
So
very, very
what Mickey
strong.
decided to do was, I said, I want to improve my bishop rather than go after the h-pawn, which is obviously a very sensible use of resources.
This is looking very difficult. Queen d4.
Queen d4, queen b6.
Yeah, knight c5.
Yeah, I think definitely take. Where would we like the knight? We'd like it on d4, wouldn't we? A knight on d4 would be
Or
tremendous.
maybe even on
Yeah?
c6.
How can we get it to d4? Or we get it to e5 and c6?
It's a very nice move, b4, as you're coming in. Knight c5, very strong. Very, very, very strong. Maybe even some queen can swing at some point onto the a-file.
That wouldn't be nice.
Yeah, it's not so easy. It's not so easy.
Maybe just
But now Maxime is winning, apparently.
knight d2? I'm afraid I've lost the transmission a little bit on my screen, so I'll look at yours. Oh, I see Mickey's lost his bishop on f1, like we said.
Yeah. Maxime has come back. Yeah, you're not 2770 for no reason.
Well, he's World Blitz champion, but he was in big trouble there.
Yeah, that was a tough one for
That was
Mickey.
a tough one for Mickey.
And that probably knocks him out of contention as well now, as he's on 1.5 points and Maxime is on 3.5. So Gwaine really wanted him to win there. That would have been very
But
helpful
he couldn't
for
do
Gwaine.
it. So
okay.
Gwaine still stays out in front.
Gwaine is the last man standing on 4 out of 5.
So who are Gwaine's two opponents, actually? That's
Gwaine
the
has
question.
got to
Let's have a
play Nikita and Mickey. Nikita and Mickey. Yeah.
Right. Yep, Nikita and Mickey.
Which is very, very, very simple.
And Ali Reza Faruja will be black against Smirin.
Who's actually got some good wins.
And he's also white against Nikita.
So Nikita is still in the mix, kind of, for maybe third place, second or third place. He's on 2.5. So Nikita
Right.
will be the guy who decides who's going through.
Maxime's got to play Stefansson and Vidit.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll keep an eye on the video, if we may, and we'll actually, since they're doing it so quickly, do you want to take us through that? Let's go through the Gwaine game again, because it was
Okay.
just so smooth.
Let's have a look. So nice little double fianchetto. And this is a pretty good line for black, usually. I think this is just supposed to be quite good for black. But I think there's a huge burden on black to actually know what they're doing. It still looks...
Okay, stop here. Stop here. So I didn't like f6. So why can't we go knight takes e3? Is rook takes f7 a problem?
Yeah. It's mate. very nasty.
Yeah, that's too good. All right.
Bishop
so,
c6.
Okay, so that, yeah, and
after.
bishop c6.
Yeah.
That's clearly a blunder. But what about just going f5 then and just...
Yeah, f5 is interesting. Maybe e4. Maybe e4 is pretty strong. And again, same idea. Queen c5, king takes, and rook f7 again.
Yeah, but I'm not going to take.
Yeah.
Might go 95.
95. Just...
If you go rook f2, knight g4, and now I'm going to go g5. This just feels like the king's Indian way of doing it.
And I take.
I take. And the game goes on. I don't know. Rook 88.
Computer likes this as it frees the square.
Ah, that does.
And the bishop.
That
Actually very natural.
That does look like a sensible way to play, but how bad is it? Bad? Does the computer hate it? Hate Black's position? Then?
It gives a healthy advantage for White.
Okay.
Yeah, but okay. And it looks like most of the players are starting to sit down, but not quite yet. So we'll go through the rest of this game. So in this position, f6. And now just the transition is just very strong for White.
Yeah, it just turned out that, particularly the fact that Bishop's attacking 2 rooks, he didn't need to take either of them.
Yeah, gives him lots of time.
And f6 was a clear tempo. And then he just wrapped it up.
This
very
was
nice, very nice technique. Making him weaken his pawns as well. And then c5 and knight d6 was incredibly strong.
Yeah.
I thought the only chance here was to go, no, actually it doesn't work.
No, it's all very bad. This is too strong. And these are all too weak.
Is that what happened? Bishop takes a2?
Yeah. And yeah, but okay, let's get ready for the next round. So let's load up round 6. We've got Maxime versus Vidit. This is a pretty big game for the chasing pack, although Vidit is slightly out of the race at the minute. But okay, if he wins, then he's right back in the zone. Smirin, who's won a couple of nice games, played very well in the Open tournament, is playing Firouzja. And Nikita versus Gwen is a huge game.
So Smirin qualified by virtue of winning the Open tournament.
Yeah.
Equal first with Sadwani, but Sadwani I'd already invited to the Blitz.
Yeah.
So Smirin got that wild card in that sense. Right, off we go.
Right, let's go.
I think I can see a bishop on g5 in Nikita's game. So round 6.
And so it's a trump.
It is a trump. Now, you and I have analysed this to death, Jonathan, and we decide the computer says Black is doing fine in these positions, right?
Yeah, completely fine. But as always, you've got to know it. And clearly Nikita does.
I think it's not a theoretical way he's playing here. He just wants a position.
Yeah.
And a position where he can play quick and easy moves. There was a
Bishop
famous game at Hastings in the 1970s in that position where Rafael Vaganyan, who is a genius Armenian player who played for the USSR for many years, one of the world's best players, he beat George Botterill, who was a former British champion. Got him with a quick bishop takes f7 check, actually. It's a famous miniature of British chess in the history of Hastings Chess Congress. So queen takes g6 is how you would meet castles.
But he's going to go queenside.
And we don't mind White going e4 because then he doesn't have his structure anymore. He doesn't have his super solid structure, which is restraining Black's 2 bishops.
Yeah.
So I think, that's why Nikita doesn't go for it. But now bishop g4 might be a bit annoying, actually, at some point.
Yeah.
Bishop g4 will be extremely annoying.
And just some easy moves now.
Yep. Let's just put the heavy pieces in the center.
Get ahead on the clock and
Or
push.
maybe play a5 as well. So that's a very logical move. If when your opponent's got the 2 bishops like that, you want to swap one of them off. My instinct would be for bishop g4 now.
Yeah, bishop
unless
g4.
there's a concrete reason not to. But
feel strong. Bishop g4.
Okay.
Now we push.
A5 like a shot.
Even maybe knight d5. It's not so bad.
No, knight d5. I would take it and go king b1,
King
and then
B1.
you're positionally in trouble, I think. Oh, risky. Take it and king b1 now.
What do you know? What do you know?
I
Not
don't
very
like
much.
I don't like it. Take it and king b1.
Takes it, but then the bishop is very bad.
No, we'll go to b3. I'll put my king on a1. Maybe. Just
Queen b6.
Queen b6, yeah. a5, a4, but
looks a bit scary.
I preferred the other pawn structure, I must tell you.
Okay.
Yeah. But
I mean, we have rook here and some sacrifice ideas.
Concretely, it might be fine.
It's not easy to play for White.
Well, I don't know. I'll put a rook on an open file, play a3, king a2, and just try and claim I've got a better structure, you know. As I said, rook c1, rook c3. Your queenside pawn advances don't do anything except weaken your pawns. I'm very relaxed about those. But White's got to look after his h pawn. That's actually quite annoying, a little bit annoying. While the queens are on and the two bishops are on the board, Black is fine. I'm just a bit worried about other situations just because of the structure. But certainly Gwaine is at least equal, because when he takes on f3, he can never lose as well because of the h4 pawn's so weak.
Right.
Now he is impossible.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he might try and play for more. If he wins, he has huge chances.
Yeah, and then maybe it's the time to go for it.
Yeah.
Just wondering what the ending's like. If you go...
Can you even play rook c4, just for fun?
Yeah, he won't though, will he?
Yeah, but maybe b5.
Yep.
Just a simple move.
Yeah.
Is this a play? And just slowly push f3?
It is. I mean, if I was Black now, I'd be thinking about when to take on f3 and go f5.
There we go.
Yeah. And that, because it was a threat. I mean, I think it's positionally a threat. It's a threat you don't want for White, but it's terribly passive. F3 and e4 might open up lines against
that you don't want. Yeah, you shouldn't be opening up the board here too much.
So the bishop is a lot better than the knight.
Now b5 slightly risky, as the knight maybe in some position could come in.
That didn't happen.
That definitely did not happen. Maybe it's a takes.
Yeah, hopefully the board will correct itself in a minute. Let's go to another game since the transmission slightly twanged there. Let's do Ali Razor.
Yeah, let's see Firouzja. All right, let's go from the top. So Karakhan, very trendy.
Okay, well this is
and
analyzed to death.
Okay.
Sorry? What?
So he plays bishop d3, giving the pawn.
Wow. Is this a line?
If it is, I've not seen it.
I've never seen it before. All right, White's got a bit of play for the pawn, but it doesn't seem like he's got anything serious.
No.
I think he might have just blundered his d pawn.
I think he genuinely just dropped the pawn.
Oh my goodness.
And but both of them are on pretty low time, so they both seem kind of confused. But okay. All right. Let's go back to the see what happened with Gwaine.
We can't.
Okay, the board has frozen for them. Unfortunately, the video camera is not quite good enough. Let's see Maxime. What's going on over here? Okay.
So Sicilian.
Nice little.
Najdorf. Scheveningen.
And g4.
G4 is a typical move in this kind of position. You probably go d5, stopping it.
All very normal. Bringing everything in.
Okay, slow down, please. So go right back before e5, please. That was much too quick because this is an important point. So this is a typical situation in the Sicilian. Black has got very decent counterplay by stopping g4, putting his rook on h8 to defend the pawn, and now he's attacking the e4 pawn 3 times. And that is slightly problematic for White. Can't defend it. I'd say White's been somewhat outplayed. So he sacked a pawn to open lines for his bishops and for his pieces. But slow down, please. So knight e5. I mean, I think that Black's just a pawn up here.
Yeah.
I mean, there's kind of rook d7s coming in and things, so White's got some play, but this is just a pawn.
Yeah.
I mean, the one thing that White's got in his favor that Maxime can rely on is that the h4 pawn might be a long-term liability, and he's... has he just blundered the exchange?
Wow.
Oh, and knight e4 check's coming as well. Oh, what a disaster. No, it's over.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well,
wow, it's just resignable.
Knight e4, knight takes.
What a shocker. What a shocker. Maxime just blundered. So it's an exchange and a pawn.
Yeah, it looks horrible. Looks horrible.
Rook might come to h5 at some point. Oh, no, he has whipped that pawn off. Knight's coming to c4. That's going to be very strong. Knight takes a3, of course, and if pawn takes knight, rook takes knight on c3.
This looks like it's game over. Should we jump in to see Mickey?
In fact, now he's threatening b4 as well.
Yeah,
piling in on c2. No, let's just see him finish it.
You want to see the finish. This is fatal. Maybe he can even push. Maybe just bring in the other knight.
Well, no,
Or
Vidit's
even-
down to 6 seconds, so Maxime's going to try and trick him. Let's watch.
Could be some rook coming in.
Yep, maybe. Okay. Now the move F5 is always a good move for black here, just taking squares away from the knights.
There we go, he's resigned.
And
Wow.
he's resigned. Wow. That was terrible for Maxime. Okay, where are we now? What are we looking at?
Mickey won.
Oh, well played.
Let's see if the Gwaine game has updated from bishop e4. It has not. Ah, we've got some moves.
Okay, slowly, please.
Well, let's jump into where we are now. So we're here.
Okay. Gosh, G5 to G4 has happened. The bishop is still better than the knight in some respects, but the knight is beautifully placed. I don't know, it seems
Slightly easier
seems
for
to me
black.
about equal. But you can kind of imagine in a minor piece ending, if white wasn't careful, black's king would end up on F3.
Yeah, and the king would come to b3. I don't know. Seems interesting.
If I was black here, I might be advancing my king a little bit.
Firouzja is looking on in very intently.
Yeah, I think I might be advancing my king a little bit and asking white what his next move is.
Yeah.
Because although white's structurally better and his knight is a really nice piece, the bishop isn't bad and white's is just a bit passive.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's see what's happening.
Yeah, that was go back, because that was a really interesting point. Go back, please. So no, back after knight takes c1.
Okay.
So rook c1, knight c1, queen c5. That's a great move because if queen takes queen, pawn takes queen, those pawns are mobile and inhibit the knight. That would be tremendous. Okay. Black is very active. Why did he take? I don't understand. Okay, so Gwaine seems to have blundered into a completely lost queen and pawn ending. I don't know why he did what he did, but it's
now it looks very bad.
It just looks resignable because black's just got no moves. I mean, white's just going to advance his king, take the b pawn, and go b4, b3, b4, b5, b6, b7, and he can hide his king on g2 if he's that bothered.
Yeah.
Black's king can never approach the c pawn.
Yeah.
So it's just resigns.
It looks...
Oh, he's actually even allowed him to have a few checks.
But
He's actually not bothered.
If the king gets here, it's game over.
True.
He will do a little banana.
Maybe. Oh, what a shame for Gwaine. I mean, because he was just so well placed there in that game.
Yeah.
Like you just thought he couldn't lose.
Yeah.
I think he was trying to win, you know.
Yeah, I think if he wins, then he probably just offers Mickey a draw, and that's that.
So that was his path to tournament victory.
But now he is done for. Yeah, that's a shame.
Has it ended? Or
it has.
Yeah, it has. So we should see the updated standings then.
So now it looks like Firouzja is in
So
the
Ali Reza is in the lead with 1 game to go.
Yes.
He knows that a win will win him the 5,000 first prize and the London Chess Classic Super Blitz trophy.
And Gwaine is in second place with 4 points, followed by Maxime on 3.5, and Nikita on 3.5, and Vidit on 3.5.
And our last round pairings, Ali Reza white against Bityugov, and Gwaine is white against Mickey Adams. Is anyone else in the mix? Maxime and Nikita. Yeah, I mean, Nikita, if he wins, if he beats Ali Reza, of course, he's got 4.5. And yeah, so actually, maybe any one of 5 people could force a playoff here.
Yeah.
Great last round we got in prospect. Okay, let's keep our eye on the video and not go too far. Thanks very much, Tomasz. Welcome back. It's the 7th final decisive round of the XTX Markets London Chess Classic Super Blitz. We have Ali Reza Firouzja, one of the world's top Blitz players, out in front on 4.5. Wayne Jones in second on 4 after losing, unfortunately, to Nikita Vityugov in the last round. And on 4 in the last round, we have Vidit Gujarati and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Nikita Vityugov on 3.5. In theory, 5 people could force a playoff here. So
let's jump into,
let's get into the games. So I think the first game we need to look at is Ali Reza. This one, I know a little bit about this. So we have a Benko Gambit in reverse. So Gwaine is playing the Benko in reverse. Ali Reza declines it.
Mickey.
Sorry, what am I saying? Mickey declines it. And this is actually a theoretical position, but with white a tempo up, and uses that tempo to play e3.
Which I think is considered the good move against b6 in reverse as well.
Yep. So black is, in the style of the Benoni, putting all the pressure on the d4 pawn. I like this for white, actually.
Yeah.
This is very thematic. Very, very thematic. Taking the initiative, not worrying about the weakness of the pawn on c4 because it's not being attacked. Opening up the bishop on g2, pressuring the b7 pawn.
Yeah, this just looks good for
I would say, I don't know, Jonathan, I'll guess 0.7.
0.4, but not bad.
Okay.
Not bad. All right, should we check in on Firouzja?
Okay, let's look at Firouzja.
Against Nikita. Okay. So he's gone
Let's take it from the top, please. A bit more slowly. Okay, so double fianchetto.
This is actually what Nikita was playing against Neiman in their Blitz match.
Right.
From the white side.
Okay, so it's your King's Indian type attack. A5, usually met by A4 or A3. It's all theory. Black knight goes to B4, queen goes to B6 very often. And white will go E5 sometimes, but not here. Okay, it's just a position. It's absolutely fine for black in general. But Ali Reza is just gaining space and maneuvering. Yep. Rook E2, sensible. What Rook E2 does is it
Frees
saves
up
the
the
queen
queen.
from having to defend the C2 pawn. So
Now maybe G4, H4 moves come very easily.
Yep. And the bishop on H7 can, G6 is not a sensible reply to G4 because the bishop on H7 becomes a little bit sad.
No,
I think Nikita is either pretending or intending to play B5, but it weakens the A pawn a lot. I mean, one maneuver black should consider here, by the way, is knight D5 to E7 to F5 to D4.
Yeah.
That's a way of trying to repurpose the pieces because the knight on D5 might look beautiful, but it's not really doing anything. It's, it's slightly obstructed by the knight on B4, if you see what I mean. So it's not such a fantastic piece. Another idea is to go knight D5 to E7 to G6, just to challenge maybe swap one pair of knights. Tricky because there are no obvious pawn breaks for either side. I like your G4 idea. Oh, he's done it, has he?
Yeah.
Well, that's because he's a positional genius like me.
Well, I think G4, H4 will be very, very pleasant.
Yeah, it's a question of timing. Maybe it works. He's exploiting that hole on B5. Well, I'm just going to carry on, to be honest. Okay, get that out of the line of fire.
I don't know.
Knight B5 can be calmly met by Queen D8. Don't know. Not that bothered, really.
Yeah, but now your knight is slightly pinned to the C6 square, maybe.
No, it was defended by the knight on B4. I mean, yeah, but that's a big concession. That would allow bishop E5 and knight D3.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'd be now playing maybe rook C8, knight F5, knight D4. Just maneuver.
There's nothing knight F7 in the air. Probably not. Maybe bishop H3 at the right moment. Could be annoying.
No, I don't like that at all.
This?
I don't like that at all.
None of this happening.
Queen C8. I mean, I think it's fair to say that black might leave his rook on F8 for a while if he's worried about it, but I don't think he needs to worry about it too much.
Is this not a big advantage for white?
G4 or knight G4? No, knight G4 can't be played. G4 you want to play, but you're not threatening G5 yet.
Not trying to play knight D6 or not?
I would. I'd go knight D6 to E4. Absolutely, I would. Yeah.
All right, let's see how Gwaine is doing, as this is also probably the most important game outside of that. MVL's already won. Let's jump in and see how He won with almost the same amount of time as he started with, so let's see.
Wow. Okay. Play through it a little bit slowly. Maxim is black here. It's a G3 Grunfeld. So the trendy lines are with takes, so an A5. Yep. Yep. This is good for black to gain space on the queen side. And that's the typical reaction. But
where's he going?
Oh, I don't like B3. That weakens a lot of squares. What's he going to do now?
There'll be some...
No, that knight is... Ugh. It's very active for black, yeah? Very active. He's lost the D pawn.
Wow.
He's lost the D pawn.
Crazy.
Bang.
And all the pieces are coming in.
Gosh, there's such huge activity for black.
Yeah,
D2 knight is hanging. Note how bad the B2 knight is, yeah? So he had to give up the exchange, and now he's going to lose another piece on the rebound.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Wow, that's crushing.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to Mickey Gwain, shall we?
Here we are.
So Mickey clearly outplayed Gwain to some extent, and Gwain's just trying to set up a fortress here and hang on. He's making some progress with his fortress, to be fair.
Yeah, it looks very solid. Very, very, very solid.
Magnus Carlsen once famously said he didn't believe in fortresses, but one day he had to actually get one to survive, which was quite funny. Oh, I thought rook h3 might be a move there. But instead he's weakening the h-pawn. Well, Mickey's still pushing. Well, you got no choice but to take that.
You have to take, yeah.
Yeah, and then takes back. Check. Maybe rook g5 here, actually. And then if rook h4, king g3...
But then
no, that loses. So the king takes rook, resigns. It's not, but maybe attack f7. Maybe attack f7. Maybe attacking f7. No, but that loses c4, doesn't it?
But then we come in here.
Come in where? There. Yeah, but then a4 goes as well. I think he's just looking for... No, he's gone passive. He's gone passive.
He's just going to sit.
Yeah, and he's going to say, what's your next move? Well, you've got to be extremely careful that something like king f5 and rook f4 check doesn't happen. I suppose you can go rook h2 if you want to go completely passive.
He's just going to wait.
What's the time situation? 18 against 45.
This is not nice.
King's made it to e3. Yeah, Mickey's just toying with him. I think it might be an idea to get that pawn off the black square. Might be time to go f3 maybe. Just feels like it makes might be just one less thing to worry about, and then maybe bishop e4 would be a move. There we go. Yeah.
There seems to be some action. Firouzja has won, has beaten Nikita, so Firouzja wins the tournament outright.
Let's see how he managed that.
So we go back to where we were. In this position
here. Oh, you did your plan, Jonathan. When the conditions were right, yeah?
Yeah. And now he's
he's building up serious pressure.
Oh, it's just the exchange.
Oh, he just blundered. Yeah, let's just go back before he blundered, if you don't mind. So in this position...
It's not so easy to even find a move, though. I mean, this is
just... He's just losing e6, isn't he? Yeah, he just got outmaneuvered there.
Yeah, it just looks fatal.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow. And that's, okay, it's a
crushing.
Crazy.
Well done, Alireza Firouzja has won the tournament with...
5.5.
5.5, as we said. 5.5 will probably do it.
And now Gwain needs to draw in order to make second place.
Why did Vidit lose? Vidit drew.
Yeah, and Maxime won. So Maxime is on 4.5, and we'll have to see what happens to Gwain. So Gwain lost. So actually, I think we have a pretty linear standing. I think everyone has come in a clean place.
So it's a French 1 and 2 with Gwain sharing third with
Vidit.
With Vidit Gujarati.
Yeah.
Well, that means I'm going to have to give the trophy to Alireza.
Very nice.
So, would you mind nipping over and seeing if he could?
I'll try and bring him here.
Bring him here.
Beautiful.
Or maybe someone else could. Maybe Badana. No, Badana's going to go and get him. Yeah. Thank you, Bodnar.
Yeah, very strong performance.
A really great tournament. I'd say the XTX Markets London Chess Classic Super Blitz was
big
success and something we should repeat. For those of you on the stream, tomorrow at midday UK time, which is 7 a.m. EST or 1 p.m. Central European time, we're going to actually have a blindfold tournament with the 8 players from the XTX Markets London Chess Classic. Plus, we'll have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave playing, and also Luke McShane. So it'll be a 10-player blindfold tournament with 10 minutes on the clock. It'll all be played online via computers. I'll also be doing a few experimental games with people face-to-face. I quite like to see that kind of calling out the moves, blitz chess done in the future. I think it's a great promotional tool for the game. And that's also got a £10,000 prize fund. The trophy is one thing Ali Reza's won, but actually he's also won £5,000. Not bad for making the quick trip on the Eurostar from Lille to London King's Cross, and then it's only 2 stops on the Piccadilly line for him to come up here. So
here we go.
We have Ali Reza. Jonathan, could you maybe let Ali Reza in the chair?
Hello.
Have a seat. Well, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm sure you're pleased you sent me that WhatsApp message a couple of weeks ago.
Yes.
Well played. And here is the XTX Markets London Chess Classic Blitz Trophy. Thank you. So tell us, it started slowly.
Yeah. I was not warmed up. I think the 4 first games of group games were terrible. So
yeah.
I thought I will not have so much chance today, but yeah, then I managed to get my
get your act together.
Yeah.
And you qualified.
Yes.
Yeah. And this was obviously a very high-powered blitz tournament. I've actually can't remember every single game, but your game against Maxime was
this was the crucial game. Yeah, of course. It was very. I had my chances. He had his chances, but I think draw was fair result at the end.
Yes.
So he played also great this tournament. Made second. So
yeah. No, well, we knew that you two guys.
Yeah.
You've been Blitz #1, I think, at some point, haven't you, on the rating list? And Maxime's a former world champion. You were obviously the favourites.
Sure.
But it just didn't look like that for a while until Gawain lost that crucial game to Nikita.
Gawain,
he was fine in that game, I think, right?
Yeah, Gawain also played fantastic tournaments. So,
yes.
At some point, it was clear he's the big favorite, but last 2 games changed everything.
Yeah, but still, we're very happy with his performance in general here. Yeah. Well, I just want to say thank you for coming. We hope to welcome you to the London Chess Classic again. We'll have to give you something to carry that trophy in. I don't know how you're going to take it back to Paris. And thank you. We hope to see you in London more often, particularly because you're, 1.5 hours by train or something
like that.
Great. Well, we hope we can see you maybe, in the league or something. It'll be fantastic to have you. Thanks very much for coming. And with that, I think I'll end the XTX Markets London Chess Classic 2024 broadcast. Thanks, everyone, for watching. Bye-bye.